Warning: the following content contains strong language and may not be suitable for children. This content is primarily for adults, as this is a trucking channel and truckers have filthy mouths. Please don't tweak if I say. Viewer discretion is advised.
Late nights, same chair, same ground, right there. Turn it on, lean in close, this that. Welcome to the mark, the mentor show, where the plans turn real and the hustlers grow. Talk money, talk mindset, talk get it, let's go. If you came from the bottom, it's the road you know. It's the mark, the mentor show. Every loss, every lesson, turn it all to gold. From the late night notes to the sold out goals. Say the name one time so the whole world know.
Whoa, the mark, the mentor show. Whoa, the mark, the mentor show. Whoa, the mark, the mentor show.
The mark, the mentor show.
Sweet.
What's up? What up? Happy Wednesday. Good afternoon. In need of commercial insurance for your box truck business, semi-truck business, cargo van business. Link in the description. Phone number in the description below for Log Rock. Renewal time. Looking for a more affordable insurance solution. Make sure you guys hit that link in the description or call that phone number for Log Rock, partner to the channel. Come on in. Should hit that like button, subscribe to the All right, so today we're going to dial it down a little bit. I actually said this last night in the Discord. We're going to dial it. Well, it's actually not a dial down, but I know this is not an interesting topic for most people. And I just don't expect a lot of people to be here. And I did this purposely. I know the last 2 days, it's just been, Monday was a lot of people with the 200,000. Yesterday we had distractions. We had distractions the day before. So hopefully we don't get any distractions today. Obviously, popularity as far as FUD, fear, uncertainty, and doubt. As far as the 200,000, we're not going to get that today. And then obviously the FUD around the diesel, obviously that brings people. So we're not going in that direction. I want a chill show today. So we're going to do something that is just not going to get a lot of clicks. And I want it like that. I want to be real chill. And on top of that, today is the 25th. So today officially is, I would call this the commencement of the moving season. I would call this preseason, right? Preseason. You're going to start seeing moves pick up. To all my movers, all my guys that are looking to come in. This is the time where you really want to start, getting your ducks in a row. You should already have your ducks in a row because I talk about this all the time. End of March. So now is for the next 6-7 months to get money time. All right. So let's talk about it today. Then we'll open up the lines and then we'll go from there. So come on in. Make sure you guys hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, turn on post notifications. Shout out to Eddie Kim in the building. Shout out to Rudy in the building. Shout out to Jonathan in the building, representing that MGM. Shout out to Daisy in the building. What's going on, representing the MGM gang. Representing that MGM thing. Rep, representing that MGM gang. Where Virginia. Shout out to Rio in the building. Ain't seen you in a minute. Shout out to Michael Robinson, representing the MGM gang. Rudy from Chicago. So shout out to Rudy representing the crib. But Rudy, what you be on, gang? On the pole, I select load boards for semi trucks. I don't know about Move. Move is gonna make more money whether you in a box truck or moving or well, what a 53, one of them van line moving company, type of moves they do, how much money the moves be? Like, dude, you talking about they got 6-figure 1 week moves, bro. $100,000 moves, $70,000, $80,000 moves, $60,000 moves, bro. Well, owner operator, a tractor is doing that type of money in a week, bro. I haven't heard of one. So, but anyway, come on in. Make sure you guys hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, turn on all post notifications. All right, so let's talk about it. So today I'm just going to start simple because I think I'm going to build a series out for this since this is the beginning of moving season. So we'll just break this down into a series. So next week, just be prepared for moving week next week. So for all you guys that like, you know, all the current shit, the 200,000, the diesel and all that shit. I don't care what happens next week. Diesel could go up to $1 million. I'm not covering it. Next week is moving week because it's the beginning of moving season. And that's very, very important. My moving guys, they always hit me up, Mark, we need more moving content. We need more moving content. We need more moving content. So it's the time. All right, so boom, let's talk about it. So today we just want to set the framework. I want to set the framework from shout out to Carrier Boss. Carrier Boss said, Rob from Greater Delivery in Phoenix. Shout out to Greater Delivery. I'll actually be out in that area in a day. I'll be out there a day or two. The way you broke down the brothers moving business down yesterday has me in the live. Never even thought about transitioning to a moving company. Cool, man. I'm glad you're here. All right, so let's talk about it today. And I want to break it down, just the framework today. So we want to just cover mindset and just the framework of starting a small company. We're not looking at it from licensed yet, right? Because most people, even myself, didn't come in licensed. I came in under the table. Most moving companies do. If you read the story of Two Men in the Truck, it literally started Two Men in the Truck up in Michigan, in a college town, doing small moves in that college town. And their auntie, I believe, from when I read the story. I read the story many years ago, and I haven't revisited the story. I believe the auntie was the financer of the pickup truck that helped those two young guys get started up in Michigan. So most moving companies start the same way, under the table, which is in the industry is called rogue movers. Licensed movers tend to hate rogue movers. I am not one of those people because I started like how most movers start. All right, so this is kind of a framework thing. So the first thing I want you to think small. I don't want you to think big. I think that's where so many people get hung up on. And I'm going to actually use real case studies that you've seen on the channel. I think we released a clip from a conversation with Sherbach yesterday. Shout out to him. But I also use I might need to. Well, no, I'm not going to pull it up. But the last call-in show that we did, where it was an actual box truck, standing on box truck business, which was in November, when that guy Congo called up. And, same situation. A lot of guys want to come in and they think they want to do big dog things. They have a mindset, oh, I'm going to move mansions. And there was a guy that came into the Discord last year who works for a moving company. I forgot, Washington or something. And his mindset was just mansions. And I'm going to do these mansions. And for the life of me, I just don't understand why people think like that. Because everybody I see that comes in that tries to go that way, there's no progression. I mean, we saw Congo 3 years, which is what made him click the link, because he's been in this market. He's operating in this market, and in 3 years, I think he said he grossed 70,000 last year. There was a live stream that I did a few years ago where I showed, my numbers when I was getting started and I was under the table, like my second year under the table, and I was doing like 60,000 a month. Right. So somebody recently put in the comments, man, Mark, can you pull that live stream up? And I actually did go and search for that. So I think that the main thing is to start small. All right. I started with what I had, and which was a pickup truck, and I focused on small deliveries like little one item mattress, box springs, sofa, a lot of sofas, a lot of mattresses and box springs. And then I slowly started to get calls in regards to just small dorm moves. You'd be surprised how many people just rent rooms. So just outside of dorms, there's people that literally rent rooms. There's landlords that section off 2-3 bedroom apartments and they build walls, and you just have people that rent rooms. Um, and they just need their room moved, which will normally consist of, a mattress, a box spring, nothing too big and fancy. Obviously, this is a person who is, living very, very modest, regardless of whatever their financial status. This is how they're living. So normally it's like a twin size mattress, or maybe like a pallet mattress. For those that don't understand what a pallet mattress is, it's like something you can get at IKEA. IKEA sells them. It's like a rollout mattress that is on the floor. I remember in the early days when I was getting started, there's a building here in Chicago. It's in Hyde Park. It's called Regents Park. It's 2 buildings. It's a north and a south tower. And a lot of Asians. I mean, it's in Hyde Park, so it's a lot of different cultures and ethnicities that live in that building. But University of Chicago is in that vicinity. So a lot of graduates and undergraduate students, who live in Hyde Park but off campus, people live in Regent Park. And because of where I was at, in my journey, in the early phases of my journey, when I was doing a lot of these small moves, and at this point I had upgraded to renting trucks, we would frequent that building a lot to do these college students, because they're on a budget, so they're looking for an economical move. And I remember going into 1 bedrooms, and it would be 6-7 different people renting obviously one person's on a lease and then they sneak people in, but it'd be 6-7 different people living in a 1-bedroom apartment. So it'd be obviously one person would have the bedroom, but then you'd have 4 or 5 other people. Asians, I see Asians would do this a lot, and they would have pallet mattresses on the floor. And what they're doing is they're practicing group economics, right? The cost of living is high here. The cost of tuition is high. So, they're kind of cheating the system. One person gets on a lease, they sneak the other people in, and they're really like living on a rollout IKEA pallet mattress, like 5-6 people in the living room, and they're just all splitting the rent. And when I would come in there to do those moves, it would just literally be the pallet mattress, which you could just roll up, throw some shrink wrap on. The boxes would just pretty much consist of books, maybe a few boxes, maybe 10 boxes, maybe. One of those, you can go to Target or Walmart in the home section and get one of those plastic, it's like a nightstand dresser thing, but it has the plastic drawers, maybe one of those. And that's about it. And they would move maybe from one apartment building in Hyde Park to another. And, back then they would have all of about $100 to spend, but it's an easy in and out job. And, during, May, because let me see, June, I think, because University of Chicago is a late semester. They start late. That whole week, you could just occupy that whole week of just doing college students and run up a bag. But I was able to do those types of jobs in my pickup truck. And that's what I think a lot of people should focus on before they upgrade. If you don't have a pickup truck and you have a little bit of capital, you can start with a rental truck. But even still, the point that I'm trying to get is I'm trying to build out the framework for you as far as the mindset that you need to have is you need to start small, right? There's a lot of issues and claims and liability that's at stake when you're doing household goods moving versus what most people who think of a box truck want to do, which is over the road. One is you're crossing the threshold, right? You're crossing the threshold. You're going into consumers' homes, which presents the opportunity for claims, right? Another thing is you have the liability of actually dealing with the physical goods themselves. And then there's further liability because you have to maneuver these things, right? So you have to understand how to wrap and pad them and then, maneuver some of these things in tight situations. So then that brings the opportunity for liability for the goods. And then there's opportunity for liability for damage to property. So when you start small, this is a great way to learn the business at a very affordable learning curve cost, right? The learning curve in any business cost. But if you go this way, that learning curve is essentially free. Um, when I was doing a lot of these jobs at the beginning in the pickup truck before I graduated to renting a 16-foot box truck, most of these clients, their items are they're like secondhand, hand me down. A lot of the college student stuff is like I said, like the plastic tote stuff from Target, Walmart, IKEA things. Things are just that are just not really expensive. It could be hand me down stuff. The people who, aren't, let's say, on college campuses that are renting rooms or maybe renting studios or renting rooms, a lot of their things are hand me downs from maybe their parents. A lot of yuppies, young urban professionals who, may have just graduated college and they're starting their career and, they may be getting some financial assistance from their parents. A lot of the furniture they may have is hand me down stuff, or a lot of people in situations like that rent rooms, they shop at like resale shops like the Brown Elephant here in Chicago. So they buy used furniture. They also what's called dumpster divers. They're what may be trash to you is another person's treasure. Some people want to upgrade things, and it may not be anything wrong with what they have, and they just want a new look, and they set that stuff in the alley for bulk pickup, City of Chicago to come pick up, the garbage men to come pick up. But someone could be walking by and see a nice coffee table that set to the side, no scratches, nothing wrong. And sometimes it may be a little, nick and scratch here, but to a person who, is lacking resources or just trying to get above water, new to the city, graduate, a lot of, costs that come with, higher education, student loans, and still trying to, entry level in their career and then having to pay, Chicago rent, cost of living, travel, food, things of that nature. Personal maybe grab a coffee table out of an alley. I'm in an industry, so I've seen a lot. So when you go to move these people and you lack knowledge on how to maneuver things, you're not really held accountable when you bump and you scratch things like that because they're secondhand anyway and they're probably already scratched. Second, the setting, the type of environment, the buildings that a person who is of this social economic status, uh, type of environment or the buildings they live in. I'm not saying that they're run down, but they may not be well kept. So when you go into a building, and I gotta use my location for example. So forgive me if you may not know some of the names of these buildings that I throw out. A person who is moving in or out of, let's say, the John Hancock building, right? That building is pristine. It's of a certain, class, or let's say anything, let's say downtown Chicago, right? It's gonna be upkept very, very well. People in there are paying $4,000 and $5,000, $6,000 a month in some of these buildings, like let's say NEMA for a one-bedroom apartment, right? So the amenities and the aesthetics of the building are going to be well kept. You're spending that type of money. You don't, you want pristine living conditions versus a person who's, let's say, living in a three-bedroom, a third floor walk up or a courtway building, and some of the units in there are one or two bedrooms, three bedrooms, but then there's some units that have been sectioned off into, renting rooms. You can see, while you're moving a person, let's say through the front way, you can see the battle scars in the hallway. And when I say that is you can see the history, and the walls will tell the story of moves for years and years and years. These landlords aren't spending the money to, fix scratches often, right? So as people move out in and out, high turnover buildings like that, where you just got a bunch of economical people, a lot of those people aren't hiring movers. They're moving themselves. They don't know how to maneuver things. So when you're going in those places, you can just look at the walls. The walls tell the story. You can look at the carpet. All right. Those scratches and shit like that, you're not held accountable for that. So what I'm trying to say is when you start small, you can make the mistakes and not be held accountable at all. At all. Building ain't tripping. Customer don't care. The walls already are damaged and screwed up from everybody moving in and out over the course of I don't know how long. And the furniture is pretty much secondhand, hand-me-down anyway. They're just trying to get their stuff from point A to point B as quickly as possible. So it's very important that you start small. The guys that want to come in and make the big bucks right away, you are the guys that always, meet your fate because you're too anxious, you're too thirsty, and you're not willing to go through the learning curve and learn. All right. So one truck, that's all you need. I would focus on very, very small jobs. Like I said, onesies and twosies, a few things. And then kind of work your way up to maybe dorms and small studios and renting rooms like this. When you're starting off small, you want to use these opportunities to learn how to wrap things. You want to use this opportunity to learn how to maneuver items in and out of certain situations. You don't want to take on things that a novice should be experimenting with. There was a situation, I was talking to somebody in the Discord last week, a young guy. You guys know who he is. I'm not going to mention his name. But he took on a refrigerator. And he was asking me about the straps. I think this was his first time dealing with a refrigerator, his first time doing a third floor. So you got your first refrigerator on a third floor, and I believe this is his first time working with shoulder straps. And I think when he put the shoulder strap on, it started to slip. He, I already knew where he was going because I'm experienced. He said, man, we got up the stairs, and once the refrigerator just kept hitting the stair. What he didn't understand is there's a certain way you have to strap the straps in preparation for the ascend up the stairs. Obviously, the steeper you go, the strap is going to drop. So you have to make sure strap is strapped right, first of all, because his strap wasn't strapped right if it slipped. And then you have to make sure that you got it strapped right so that you can clear the stairs. There may need to be some maneuvering, but that's where the experience comes in at, and that's why I said, you know better. I've said a multitude of times on this channel and to him personally or just, indirectly just having conversations in the Discord. If you don't know what you're doing with refrigerators, then you shouldn't be touching refrigerators if you're just now coming into the industry, because there's a level of difficulty with refrigerators that I just don't think novice should deal with. That's why I'm very adamant when the women come in here and they get mad when I say, yo, you can't do this. And then they get upset. And then the one lady came back and like, yeah, you were right. Because I know what it takes to move a refrigerator up 3 flights of stairs. I understand. And there's a lot more to it. And I may, jump around this live stream, but this is for framework. And then we'll go more detailed into certain logistics of the moving business next week. Dealing with a refrigerator, especially going upstairs, you gotta have experience from a knowledge base to know what the strengths and the weaknesses are of each individual. You also have to know the liability. He got lucky because if that strap would have slipped all the way, that refrigerator coming, you all the way up in the middle, going up 3 flights of stairs, and you halfway up the first flight or the second flight or the third flight. I don't know if there was landings going up each flight, but let's say it was a steep third floor going straight up. Once you halfway up there and the strap come out, it's the refrigerator coming down. So now the person who's under it you're going to fall backwards. The refrigerator is coming with you. As it goes down, the more it goes down, the faster it goes. It may be bouncing back against the wall. It could end with injury. It could possibly end with death. So you need to know, yo, I'm stronger here. You know what? If his strengths are there. I know, yo, if I got the strap and I'm going backwards, once I start getting up there, really much you got to hold the refrigerator if you on the bottom. I got to make sure, yo, my hamstrings is good. I got to have good leg strength. I got to have good hamstrings. going backwards with that refrigerator, because I'm gonna the steeper we go up, the more this is gonna kick in. I can't have a person who's weak at the bottom because he's balancing and he's holding it up as I go backwards. So it's just a lot of things that an experienced person knows, that an inexperienced person just doesn't know. And that's why I say, yo, you shouldn't jump the gun just because someone's calling you and say, hey, I got a refrigerator and I'm willing to pay you $150 to take it down the block. So focus on what a novice should be focusing on. Small jobs, little dressers, little nightstands, mattresses, box springs, chest of drawers, not refrigerators, not armoires, not washers and dryers. I wouldn't even recommend a washer and dryer. Small things that people that are renting rooms, people that live in dorms, people that live in studios own. It's easier to understand how to maneuver those things in tight situations. It's an easier learning curve than something like a refrigerator. Refrigerator is difficult. And there's more things. Being able to eyeball it. Yo, are we going to have to take the doors off? You might get in one of them LG refrigerators where the motherboard is on top. It's complicated. Then what do? It could be a side-by-side with a water line. Then what do? The water line comes down. It connects to the bottom. You got to unplug it. So you got to know how to tilt it back, take the shit off, put it back on. If you don't know what you're doing when shit like that, you should leave it alone. Right? So focus on small jobs at the beginning. Now, what do you need? Obviously, you need a truck. So I started very, very modest. I started humbly with what I had. I know we're in a different time period. Some of you guys are going to want to start with a truck. Cool. I would start with a rental truck. Mark, you say don't start with a rental truck. That's for them guys. That's for them OTR guys who, and who are in an industry where they're at the bottom of the totem pole, where, there's people eating off them before they get fed, where they're getting paid by the mile. Situations like this where diesel is up, we're moving, bro. This is moving. Customer pays for everything. Customer pays for everything. The customer pays for everything with a cherry on top. That's why you have a truck fee. That's why you have a truck fee. Labor, customer pays. Average person now, $25 an hour on average. Average mover now, from a company standpoint, you charge the consumer $50 an hour. It's 100%. So you got 100% markup right there on the labor. You're charging every single customer a truck fee. If you follow my blueprint, the first customer will cover the truck fee for the whole day. The other truck fees for the customers the rest of the day goes into your profit. There's still probably profit from the customer that you charge the first truck fee for the next two. Why? You're factoring material. You're factoring the cost of fuel. If you follow my blueprint and you live in a very dense market, and I get it, not everybody has the luxury of living in just a populated city, right? Like a Chicago or New York or an LA or Houston. Houston is populated, but I wouldn't consider it as dense as like a Chicago or LA. So if you're in, Chicago or New York. So if you're in New York, Chicago, you got the population and you got the density. So you can operate, and I had to show Congo this. I had to go deep into my schedule from where he is now, and I compared it to 3 years with him and 3 years with me in the same market. And I showed him a few days. And actually, I think it was GMC brought it up there. He's like, yeah, I saw that. Like, bro, all your trucks were literally like damn near right around the corner from each other. Literally. This is how I would set my stuff up. All my trucks are working in a condensed area. That's how much opportunity it is in my city. I don't have to have a truck way up north in Gurney or way in the west suburbs in Aurora or Oak Brook or Oswego or Naperville or Romeoville or Joliet. No, When I showed him my radius, he saw my year three trucks. All three of my trucks were literally working downtown Chicago. They were all literally doing moves right around the corner from each other for the whole day. And every single customer is paying a truck fee. Each truck probably went all of 20 miles. But every single customer pays a truck fee. The customer, I'm not telling the customer that, the job that this truck did before yours was literally, you live on Michigan and Ohio, and the previous move where they just moved this person in lived on Michigan and Huron, 3 blocks down. Like, that's not their concern. Every customer pays a truck fee. You're going to pay the cost of the fuel. You're going to pay the cost of the material, and it's baked into what we call a truck fee. Now, as you scale up and you become more seasoned, you become licensed, and you do more bigger, complicated moves, then we charge customers, itemized for materials, rolls of shrink wrap, how many items we wrap. We might do lawn carry charges. We might do stair fees. We charge them for rolls of tape. We charge them for rolls of shrink wrap. But when you're getting started or you're in a market that's very competitive, you can charge a truck fee. All right. So a rental truck is fine. Customers paying for it. I'll break that down a little bit more next week. Today's just framework. Dollies. You're going to need hand trucks, which is your 2-wheel dollies. Good ones, not the cheap shit. I'll go more into detail of some different items. I'll be traveling, so it probably won't be Monday. It'll probably be in the latter part of the week. We'll go into, maybe, different things. You're going to need a hand truck on every truck. You're going to need a multitude of furniture dollies. Those are the 4-wheelers. I recommend big cap dollies. We call them Chicago cap dollies here in Chicago. I don't know what other markets call them, but here, when you go to CDS, they were like, okay, what type of dolly you want? Chicago cap, which is the big cap. All right, you're going to need moving blankets. Professional truck, you're not going to see just a few blankets. I know we've had some back and forth. There was that one guy that called in last year, and he was in the Discord, and he said he was moving pianos and all this shit by himself. We ain't seen him since. But anyway, I remember when he was showing me his stuff, I said, bro, you need some more blankets. Professional moving truck, you're going to need a few dozen blankets. All right, the more season you get, when you get your money up, you want to have a nice stack of blankets, a couple dozen. I say starting on the new small scale, like how I'm telling you guys to start, at least start with 3 dozen blankets. You'd be surprised how much shit you're gonna wrap, right? Some shit may require 2-3 blankets. An armoire could require 4 blankets. Right? I see some of you guys picture in the Discord. I ain't gonna say no names. If I can see the item, it ain't right. Don't come in my Discord like, man, what you think? Listen, I'm gonna tell you now. If I can see the item, especially something that's wood, like an armoire or a dresser, if I can see it, then it's not right. I want to see that bottom wrap too. I want you to lay that blanket on the floor. I want you to pull it up, tape it around the bottom, hold that blanket up under, throw that blanket on top, put that tape around it to hold it in place, then hit it with that shrink wrap. I want it covered 360 degrees. But this is why I say start small. Because if you start and you come in big dog, like how we seen Congo do, you get a $15,000 move and it gets canceled once they realize, you're not really a person that's paying $15,000 for a move and you're on the new. What type of furniture do you think they have? Better than yet, what type of home do you think they live in? So now you're dealing with high quality furniture, our house, restoration hardware. You're talking about a $10,000 dresser. You're talking about marble slab, not marble tile, marble slab. It's a different ball game. It's way more liability. This is why you start small. Blankets. I would want to see your blankets from the floor all the way to the goddamn ceiling. I would recommend 6 4-wheelers. And I know we're talking to people that are getting started. So I would say on the new, you're learning, you're doing dorms, small jobs. If you go the 16-footer route, start with like 3 dozen blankets. I'll show you which blankets, not those U-Haul felt gray blankets. I'm talking about quilted blankets. We'll go further into that. Uh, uh, your package is coming tomorrow once we receive. All right. I'll go more into materials next week. So blankets, straps, hump straps. You need hump straps, a couple hump straps. Show you what hump straps are next week. Forearm straps. I would get them. I have never really used forearm straps for what they're intended for. I don't really train people to use forearm straps for what they're intended for. I tend to use forearm straps for other reasons, and I'll go more into detail with that next week. But I say get forearm straps, hump straps, obviously shoulder straps for things like washers and dryers, refrigerators, piano straps, piano board, stuff like that. No, because we're on the new. I wouldn't recommend anybody on the new dealing with any pianos. All right. Maybe one day I'll do an advanced moving live streams where we talk about pianos and stuff like that. All right. You don't need any branding. I mean, if you want to get like a nice professional, cheap uniform so that you guys do look professional in uniform, cool. I wouldn't go too crazy with it when you're under the table, you're on the new. But just something to have some form of uniform, which is fine. Stay local. Don't go over the road. Pricing over the road is different than local. I know we and John were in the Discord, me, John, and 5 Star. He just got a big contract with I don't know which branch of government it is, the Army. But John is one of the, I always salute John and J. Cole. John came in just like a year and a half ago with a cargo van, and he's pretty much at scale now. Followed the route of Final Mount. He just does all fitness equipment. Makes great money, but he just got a big contract with, I forget, it was the Army or the Navy, so he's going on one of those bases to build out a full gym, and it's a long distance job because he's coming out of his home market. So we were talking about per diem for his guys and things of that nature. So for you guys that are coming in on the new, that starting small, I don't recommend take a long distance move. There's a lot of more liability at stake that I'm not going to go into here, but don't do it. Stay local. You're a beginner. You need to focus on your market and understanding how to maneuver around your market before you can take a cross country or an out of town move, and even understand how to price it out. Just because someone has heard about you, or just because you may have an ad on Craigslist that says small local jobs, you're going to get calls eventually to say, hey, I know your ad says small local jobs, but I got something that's going over 3 states, and I've called all these big companies and they want to charge me, an arm and a leg. And really, I just got enough stuff that could really go in a 6x12 trailer. So I came over to Craigslist to wonder if you'd be willing. You're going to get those types of calls. There's people that know, maybe I can find somebody on Craigslist who's under the table to move me from Chicago to Philadelphia, because I really can't afford to go through a licensed traditional company because it's going to be thousands and thousands of dollars. I was wondering if you could do it. It's not much. You think you can do it for $1,500 or something like that? That may sound enticing to you. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. You're not ready for it. Stay local. Stay local. Same city, short distance, in your market, so that you can learn. You're going to learn faster this way. Your mistakes are going to be cheaper. You need to learn time so that you can estimate how long a job is going to take. And then that goes back to where I can jump here because we're just talking about framework today. Time. And here's something where I do get a lot of pushback from some of the young guys. The flat rate thing. I think Congo had an issue with that. Don't charge a flat rate. You're gonna get yourself into trouble. The only time I charge a flat rate is long distance. Locally, I'm not charging a flat rate. A customer will send you off. Charge by the hour. I know you want to be competitive. I know that, well, everybody else is charging by the hour. So if I give the customer a flat rate, they'll probably pull the trigger on me, or they ask for a flat rate and they said, you're looking at $300, $400 and you don't want to leave that money on the table because you're thirsty. And what's going to happen, you're going to get there, it's going to be way more than what you expected. And then you're going to come in my Discord and say you told this customer one thing and you had to do a 10, 12-hour job for $300. And I'm going to tell you that was on you. And I'm going to say, what you charge them? You're going to tell me, I'm going to say that's on you. Well, man, you think I should, so was I right? Yeah, you got to do it. You told the customer 300. So if you got there and it was way more and it took way longer, you already gave the customer your word. You can't go back on the customer and say, yo, well, that's a mistake that you guys going to cost you to learn. That's why you're supposed to do it by the hour. I've never done flat rate locally. It's about an hour. Why? Because it's things that customers have told me on the phone, and I've been on those jobs and it was something totally different when we got there. There's jobs where the customer told me what it was on the phone, got there and it was what it was, but there was other situations that were going on that affected the time of this job. There's one in particular from when I was back out in the field during the pandemic. I always use this one. I had to move the truck 19 times. I moved the truck so many times, I started counting how many times I had to move it. I always tell this story because it's a great example of why you charge by the hour. Customer was 100% transparent with everything they had. It's 2020, 2021. We're on the north side. I think we were on Argyle, right off of Broadway. I can't remember the side street, but we were right off Broadway. It was that one of those long blocks, like right when you get off on Belmont, coming up Lakeshore Drive off of Marine. So I think it was Argyle going west. There's no alleys. So the load had to be done in the front. It's a long block, apartment buildings on both sides. It's a pandemic. Whether it was the pandemic or not, the people that live in that area pretty much commute to work downtown or maybe work from home, but they commute. So parking is already just horrible. So the truck had to double park. Like we had to load the truck double parked. I got really, really close to the parked cars. And it was just enough room for cars to go through. This is Chicago. This is the north side of Chicago. So there's a lot of, traffic. You got all the Amazon vans. You got UPS. You got FedEx. You got Republic Service. You got Waste Management. You got City of Chicago, garbage trucks. Every time a truck came past, I had to move my truck. Cars could get past. So now a load that typically should have took about 2 hours ended up taking 3.5, almost 4 hours. Because as they're bringing the stuff to the truck, I'm on the truck, packing the truck. They're staging the things at the back of the truck. So now every time I got to move the truck, the shit that's at the back of the truck that's there for me to pack it and stage it and pack it on the truck, I got to put all that stuff in, strap it in. The truck isn't full yet. Close the door, set the stuff at the butt of the truck to the side, close the door, get in the truck, start it up. I got to be very careful how I pull out because the back of the truck is going to swing. And you got to remember, I'm I'm razor thin close to the parked cars because it's a narrow street. So I got to be very careful how I pull off so that back bumper don't swing and sideswipe one of the cars on the side. I got to go up this long block, come around, wait at the light, come back up, and then I got to get really, really close again to the point where somebody is doing like this and doing like this because I got to get really, really close. I had to do that 19 times. So imagine if I charge a customer a flat rate. Do I go back to the customer and say, look, because you live on this busy street and we have to keep moving the truck because there's no alley, I got to charge you more money. So instead of me charging you $500, I got to charge you $1,000. Customer's going to look at me like you're crazy. Why? One, the customer probably only budgeted for what I told her on the phone. She may not have it. Not everybody just has extra money. Make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, turn on post notifications. This is why you charge by the hour. That was an unforeseen situation that was beyond my control. It was beyond the customer's control. But unfortunately, the customer has to pay for that time. Why? Because we're still working. That's work to do that, move the truck. The truck, we're working still. Unfortunately, the customer has paying for that time. So I'm not worried. We can move the truck 50 times. And you know why? It's very important. Because now this unforeseen situation could potentially put us late for the next job and then the next job. So guess what? Now this customer who's next, where we're going to probably not hit that window, to appease them, we may have to give them a 10% discount. So I need to make all my money here to kind of help alleviate where I may have to take a small hit on the next job to appease that customer so that we can keep a good review and a good rapport with that customer. There's been jobs where I've been on or I've had trucks get to and they say, Mark, we have to unload, but it's another moving company. They got the elevator. Yeah, our customer got the elevator scheduled from 2 to 4. It's 2 o'clock. But the other moving company that had the elevator from 12 to 2, they must have came late because shit, they only got a fourth of the truck unloaded and it's a 20-foot truck. Yeah, and they got the elevator, it's locked off. So now you got to find the engineer. You got to go through the hassle of our customer complaining to the engineer. The engineer got to go up to the 20th or the 50th floor where the elevator is and like, look, y'all missed y'all window. I get y'all paid $450 to reserve the elevator, but y'all was late. The other company is here. That person who's moving in too is paid $450 too, and they got 2 hours. So now we're going to need you to take all the shit off the elevator, and I don't know what y'all going to figure out. And sometimes they don't just oblige like that. Sometimes they deliberately hold the elevator or try to maneuver things so that the elevator is never empty so that we can't put our shit on there. So then we got to go get our customer, and then our customer got to go talk to that customer. And sometimes it could be a little back and forth, but that's taking time. Next, you know, it's 30, 40 minutes gone. Who should pay for that? Imagine if you charge the customer flat rate. See, these are situations that if you're a novice, you don't know. This is where the experience comes in because I can tell you things that you can't foresee that I've been through. This is why you charge by the hour. The customer got to pay for that 100%. I get it. I understand. It's beyond your control. It's beyond our control. But guess what? Your shit is on our truck. We're working. This is still work. This is putting us, but we could potentially be late for the next job. But nonetheless, we're still working right now. Customer got to pay for that. This is why you charge 100% by the hour. Where do you post your ads? Today is just framework day, guys. This is framework day. All right. We're just building out the framework. On the new, coming in new. All right. The game has changed a lot since I started. I could put an ad on Craigslist and get calls all day. And that ad that I put at 6 in the morning, 7 in the morning, by 6, 7 in the evening, it would still be on the first page. There's just not that many people posting in the moving labor section in 2010 and 2011 and 2012. All right. Today's time, you could post an ad on Craigslist, and by the time it goes live or goes active, you're buried on the 6th page by the time it goes live. That's how many people are posting. That's how many people are spamming the board. And it's gotten to the point now where it was free then. They charge you $5 a post now, which is very, very modest. But still, there's people that will spend $40, $50 every WAP. Doesn't matter. It's, the margins in this business are very, very good. So, like, who cares, right? So, but still, nonetheless, I would start with Craigslist. It's a very cheap cost of entry as far as getting your name out there. Thumbtack. Thumbtack to me is the next best option. I know a lot of you guys don't like it. And I think the reason why you don't like it and why when I, started using Thumbtack, my company started using Thumbtack around 2017 is because when I started using it, true, the leads were very, very, inexpensive in comparison to what they are today. But also 7 years in the business, I had 7 years of sales experience. So I knew what to say once I got a customer on the phone to close the deal. I understand some of you guys that I talk to in the Discord, your sales skills aren't there. So I think that's why you are upset. But if you got to understand this is moving. You're charging the customer a premium. You don't have to close many leads. I think Bakari was in there and about a month ago, I think he had 46 leads in 2 days and he was at $900. And I'm like, how many of those leads did you close? I think he closed 9 of them. So I did the math, right? Customer acquisition. There's a formula for that. All right, so you're looking at it the wrong way. He's upset. I'm like, bro, that's good. You closed 9, you're making money. 1 or 2 jobs cover the cost of the leads. The other 7 jobs are profit. Or we can break it down like this. We can do the formula for customer acquisition. How much? $900 divided by 46. All right, this is how much each customer you're paying to acquire that customer. I forgot what the math was for it. It was like $100, whatever it was. Here's your profit margin. It cost you $100 to acquire this customer. Whoop-de-doo. Out of that 46, close more leads and that customer acquisition cost will come down. It's all about numbers and how you look at things. To me, that 9 was good. You could look at it like, all right, you spent 9. How many moves? What's your average move gross? About 1 or 2 moves. Cool. 2 moves, the other 7 moves. Boom, that's what it costs you. Or we can just do the formula for customer acquisition. All right, 100, I think it was like 100, 127, whatever it was, a move divided by whatever I forgot how many actually leads it was. But I think it came out to whatever it came out to. I'm saying, right, this is how much each customer costs you. And then he looked at it a little bit different. I'm closing damn near majority of them. Why? Because I know how to talk. And that's something that you will gain knowledge on as you mature in the business. Obviously, you do have to be quick. Time plays a integral role. So if you're in the field on the truck, you got to do like what I was doing back in the day. Time didn't play much of a factor back then. It plays a much more factor now. But even back then, I was time efficient. I had the big Plantronics, which I was telling somebody about the other day, where you can hook 2 phones up. I got my personal phone. I got the business line. I'm not running shit through my personal phone because if you really a go-getter like me, that business line going to be jugging. That business line, my business line going to jug. So you got your second phone, you got both phones linked into the Plantronics. So now while you're working, it's hands-free, even down to the answer. Phone 1, reads the number to you. Answer. Boom. I'm still working. Thanks for calling so-and-so moving. Hi, I got a blah, 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 blah. You're handling all the business while you're still working. You don't need to stop until they say, okay, let's book it. Now, you may be stopping more often than not if you know what you're doing. And then if that's the case, you got to know how to finesse it. That's when you go get something, you carry it to the truck to put it on the truck, and then you dip off like you pack in the truck. You got your couch here, you dip around the back of the couch, and you book the move. You got to know how to book it quick. You need to be in and out in 1 or 2 minutes, right? Because you got a customer that's paying you $75, $80 an hour. You dig what I'm saying? So you need to handle all the information aspect while you're still working. So you should know where the logistics of the move. Is it a studio? Is it a 1 bedroom? Is it just a few things? Is it a dorm? Boom. You should have already given the customer, because you're selling yourself on the phone. So now when you go and you book it, boom, you put the name, the move out address, the move to address, right? You get the customer's phone number, right? And then you just have a mental note of how you got your move structured. You could just put 1 bedroom studio, 5 items or whatever, put as a mental note. You're just putting this in your note. Or you can use, if you got an iPhone, what I used to use, and I can literally show you, but I don't want to dox people. I do show stuff like this in my Discord, but these people's names and addresses. I would use back then the Apple Calendar. Why? Because it syncs with everything. So you can use that. You can just literally pop the move out address in the address, in the notes part, move to address, contact, put the phone number there, and then just do a light description. So that way you got a mental note, and at the end of the day, when you go back, then you can clean it up. But you got all of the important things, and you're actually pinning it into a time. Then when you go back later in the end of the day, you can stretch that window out 10 to 2 to 6. All right. But you just put it in. They want to do, let's say, morning. You give them 9 o'clock, your first job, you should get to on time. You don't have to give a window. You put that then, but you in the mental note, boom, that's going to be 9 to 3. That's about a 3-hour job. Somebody calls you again that same day for a move. You're already going to see that there. Mentally, you already know, okay, boom, this is a studio. It's about 3 hours. I'm looking at point A to point B. It's about 3 hours. Boom. All right, so let me tell them, all right, so I can give you a noon to 3 arrival window. You're going to pop that one in at noon. But then when you come back later, that way you already got the basis of the move, point A, point B, contact phone number, description of the move. Now you stretch that window out later on in the day. So you just putting all the important information in right now, because you're working, you're on somebody's clock. And then at the end of the day, then you go back and you structure it the correct way. This is what you got to do. This is a part of just, lacking, office staff and things of that nature. And you're a one-man team, and you're in the field trying to build something that could potentially be great. And this is what it takes. This is what I had to do. So Craigslist, Thumbtack. I think those are the two strongest online things. Obviously, on the new, word of mouth isn't really in your favor, but this is why it's very important that the jobs that you take, you do a very, very good job. Now I'm going to emphasize something. I don't know if you saw the clip from the video yesterday where I was talking to Bakari. He's from Chicago. He's from the local market. He's also in my Discord. He gets a lot of information from me. Another reason it's very important to focus on these little jobs is because a lot of these jobs, these people are very early on in their careers, and they're growing with you. A lot of the customers that I took at that very early age, I grew with them just like they grew with me. I have customers that, were very, very, very at the early stages of their career. And every time they would call, every single year, you would just see their growth. They would go from renting a room. The next year, we'd move them out of that room to a studio. The next year, we'd move them out of that studio into a 1-bedroom, modest. By year 4, we might have moved them into a better 1-bedroom, you know what I'm saying? Or, by that time, we might have moved them. You'll get that call and say, some of you guys have probably heard this before, but there's always new people coming, and I don't do this type of content as frequent. You get people that, hey, you'll get the call like, hey, Mark, it's that time of the year, but I got a little bit different project. Me and my boyfriend, or me and my girlfriend, or me and my partner are moving in together. So I got a 2-part move. I need you to move me out of where you moved me into last year into the new apartment. And then if possible, the same day, the next day, or the day before, I need you to move my partner out of their apartment into the apartment. So it's going to be 2 jobs. right? And then you'll get that move, and then you might not hear from them for a year or two, and then they'll call back 2 years later, and they'll be married now. You'll see the pictures of the wedding, and now they're moving out of that to a bigger place because now they have their first child. So they may move into a 3-bedroom, or you may move them into a starter home, and then you may not hear from them for 3 years, and then you move them into 2, 3 years later, you move them into a bigger home. Their family has grown, or you may not hear from them again at all. Their starter home may be their last stop. So I've grown with people. They've grown with me. They've seen the progression of the Penske truck to the branded trucks. So this is why it's very, very important. Now, when you have relationships like that, those types of people that call you frequently, right? Year to year to year, they trust you. You've built a rapport with them. So what they do is they become a brand ambassador for you for absolutely free. So not only are they paying you, they're singing your praises to their colleagues. They're singing your praises to their family, the people at church, their siblings, their colleagues, the people in their social network. You know, just in conversation. Hey, oh God, I can't hang out with you. I got your invitation. I got a move coming up, and I still haven't booked movers. You know what? We got these guys that we've moved with for the past 3 years. They're awesome. Yeah, can you give it? They pass the number to you. Moving is a very, very, very stressful thing for people, and there's a stigmatism on movers. Man, movers are known, not to be trusted. You have people that steal. I mean, this is a real thing. A lot of movers come from, and I'm being honest, as you're talking to a guy that's done this for many years. A lot of movers that come from very, very different backgrounds. Like you're not getting scholars that are applying to be movers. You're getting people that come from, if you could do anything else in the world, then you'd probably be doing it. Right? I look at movers like that. I look at roofers like that. It's just some things that, are just jobs that people do because no one else will give them an opportunity. That's why I always say I gave everybody an opportunity. If you came, somebody brought you to me, and my employees have told you, I hired everybody. I'm gonna try to find some value in you, especially when I'm at scale, right? Who you got? Just bring them. Tell them to come holler at me. It backfired on me one time. It was only one time I brought somebody in, somebody's brother, and that was the one time I got sued. This was a guy who, in and out of jail, and you would think that, you're giving a person an opportunity. This is a brother from the area who giving you an opportunity when nobody else would. And this is something that was built from literally nothing to this, and I'm providing opportunity. He was an opportunist. My lawyers found out that not only was he suing me, he was also suing Best Buy and Home Depot. So he was an opportunist. He was just looking for any reason to sue. Right? Boom. That was the only time I felt like, I was, But anyway, I would hire anybody. And then as I would hire people and send them through, the training crews, which is I call them the A-team. My A-teams are my training crew. They would come back and say, yo, this guy ain't worth shit. Get rid of him. He gonna fuck around and hurt somebody. Or he gonna be a beast. You could put him with me every day. Or it'd be like, you know what? He's good for this. Or he's good for that. He'll be a good mule for boxes. He ain't worth his shit as far as carrying these armoires and this big shit. He ain't no dog like that, but he's good with packing, man. He's good with packing a truck. He's a good mule. He ran the stairs. He didn't get winded. He didn't stop. So we can use him for the boxes. Just make sure when you put him on a truck, just understand that he ain't worth the shit as far as this big dog shit, but like these boxes and packing speed packs and being a mule back and forth, he good for that. All right, so bet we know how to schedule him for that. You got to find, value in everybody. So I know I got a little derailed, but word of mouth is going to be your biggest friend as you scale in this business. 40-50% of my business, word of mouth. Yep. About 50% word of mouth. Obviously it wasn't like that year 1 or year 2, but once you get to year 4, year 5, you got a lot of repeat customers, and you got those repeat customers speaking for you. You're gonna start hearing those calls. Yeah, you moved my friend Jim Sandusky. He just kept raving about you. Hey, you moved my colleague Jill Polinsky. Hey, you moved me last year. Hey, you moved my son. I got a small job I need you to do. Or I want to pick up something, but they're giving me a week turnaround for delivery. Is there a way you could send a truck out to Bolingbrook to the Ashley Furniture Warehouse and pick this up for me and bring it here? And you need that business from that word of mouth business to build your business. That word of mouth business in this moving industry is very, very, very important. Anybody that's in the moving industry will tell you at least 50% of their business is word of mouth if they're really successful. People do not trust movers. And I hate to say it, it's because of, bad people. Bad people have done bad things. And you have to be trustworthy. The big thing people worry about is theft. You also have situations where you have single women who have nobody. So it's just, you got 3 burly guys and just this little, so you gotta understand, dude, I'm from over east. Most of my guys from where I'm from, because I'm bringing people in from the neighborhood. 90% of my business is downtown and up north. These are mostly Caucasian people. So now you got a lot of jobs where, and I can attest to this because I've been on these jobs. You go and it's a single little old white lady. Not old, but like a single white lady. She may be 30. Now you got 3 big black guys in there. It could be a little intimidating. But guess what? A lot of that intimidation goes away when it comes from a referral. Why? Man, my colleague said she's used you guys 3 times and it was an amazing experience each time. So that person has already got a reference that has just lowered their stress level, because moving is stressful. So regardless of the ethnicity, regardless of how many tattoos they got on their neck, 5-point stars on their neck, pitchforks on their eye, teardrops over here, pitchfork over here. And I'm not saying this for theatrics. I'm being fucking honest, bro. Because I'm not getting no guy that's fresh from Harvard or Yale coming to do moving. I've got a motherfucker who got big ass red 5-point star right here on his neck. I got people with tattooed tear, pitchforks, all type of shit. None of that shit matters when it comes from a referral. It's already proven these guys are gonna come in. Matter of fact, I forgot I had my pistol. It was tucked away, and when I was packing, I tucked it behind the dresser, and when they went to move the dresser, it fell out and they got it. Or I forgot I had an envelope under the mattress, and when they flipped the mattress up to wrap the mattress in the box spring, the envelope came out and they handed it back to me. And this was a scary looking guy, and he just said, "Ma'am, this guy has tattoos all over his body and his face," and he came to me with a smile, and it was $10,000 in that envelope. I just tipped him. I gave him $1,000. Like, these are real stories. So that's why another reason why referrals and references are very, very important. Person will listen, and this too. If a person refers you, it doesn't matter. When you get those calls when they say, "Hey, my coworker," or "Hey, my brother," or "Hey, my colleague referred you," they don't care about the cost. You got that job booked. Only thing you got to do is just sell them and make sure that the date they need to move, you got that date available. You can accommodate, the time frame. That job is in the books. I've never not once had a job that I can remember where the customer called and was a referral and I didn't book it. Can't remember one. And if it was one, it was probably just because they might have booked last minute and we were just completely booked. So Craigslist, Thumbtack, word of mouth, people you know. If you're posting, you need to post every day on Craigslist. You might need to post multiple times a day. If you are, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, turn on post notifications. If you are on Thumbtack, I recommend an unlimited budget. I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to give you the sauce. And I know you guys hate it, but the guys that listen to me win. I've showed you my Thumbtack. If you go watch the Thumbtack video, you've seen how much money I spent on Thumbtack until I retired in 2022. $100, $150 a day, every fucking day. Here's a reason why. This is how Thumbtack works. It resets Monday. So people who have a budget, $100, $150, $200, they usually meet their budget threshold Monday or Tuesday. I don't give a fuck about Monday or Tuesday. I'll spend $100, I'll spend $150 Monday and Tuesday. By Thursday, all the people with the $100 budget, the $200 budget, the $300 budget, they done met their budget. Thumbtack has sent them leads. They've hit their threshold. People no longer see them. Most people book moves Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Monday, I might have to put this on members on. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, the bottom feeders. I call them the bottom. Listen, every industry, this is a big dog game. I'm going to pay that $150. I'm going to pay it. Fuck it. I may not get to them. They going to get to them. By Wednesday, you see less people. By Thursday, it's only one page and it's only 4 of us. Me, Dominguez, and 2 other people. So now when you go to Thumbtack, they may pick Dominguez, but then once they get to that page, it say, hey, you want to add any other people? It's only 3 of us. Of course, they're going to check the other 3. We all going to get leads, and it's just who get to them first. So really, it's just us 4. And now it's game on. Like, we ain't got nobody to compete with. Dominguez got some, we got some. Because it's way more people, and it's just 4 of us now. So yeah, I might have spent a couple $100 Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. But shit, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday is fair game. And I'm getting way more leads. So now we're getting way more leads. So it might have went from 100, 150 them days to now I might spend 200 Thursday, 200 Friday, 200 Saturday, 200 Sunday. Because it's way more leads coming in, it's less people. The people who got that short paper, that $150 might get you 3 leads. You out the door. So you have to have an unlimited budget. You have to have a budget to attract customers, but then you also have to know the system. The leads reset, the budgets reset Monday. Person who got a budget for $100, they off the board Monday. They gonna send them $100 worth of leads. That might be 2 leads, 3 leads, depending on how they got their shit structured. A 1-bedroom lead is more than a studio. 2-bedroom lead is more than, somebody showed me a lead for $69 for a 2-bedroom. Let them get up out the way. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, we eat. We got bread. We ain't tripping. We running multiple moves a day. We ain't tripping on that little 150, man. It's just the cost of doing business, man. Y'all get y'all ass up out the way. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, we get to it. That's the game. So if you got a budget of $100, $150, that's why you complaining. It costs money to make money. This ain't 2010 no more when I came. This ain't 2011. This ain't 2005. You got a different mindset. Everybody want to have a business. You got box trucks out here now. You got a lot of, foreigners that are in this market that, will do this type of work happily. And guess what? When you go look at Craigslist for them, they charging $55 an hour for 2 guys. No truck fee. So you have to compete now. And it's going to cost you money. Long are the days where this was one thing with people. You see people like my past employee that came up a few weeks ago, or even people that I run into in the street, former employees, since box trucking has got so popular now. Every time somebody run into me from the past, the first thing they say, like, man, you was way ahead of the time, bro. When nobody into this truck, you was doing this shit when nobody thinking about it. It wasn't even called box trucking then. It was a different time then versus now. Now, you're going to have to spend you a little paper to get your name out there. It's a lot more competition now. You got a lot of people that thought they could do over the road and they messed up out here in these streets. And now, Mark, I didn't like you at first. See, they won't come up and tell you. You got some people that come up and tell you, but they'll send me messages or they'll come in the Discord and they'll say it. But man, bro, I got to get into this moving thing. And I just wish I would have listened to you 3 years ago, man. You right that it's moving money different, man. If I would have listened to you, but I was a hater, Mark. I was a hater too, I got to admit, but I need you now. I ain't scared of no work, Mark. All right, pimp, this is what I need you to do. I have to spend a little paper. You can't be scared of that paper. And when you spend that paper, you're going to have to be able to close them leads. That goes back to when I was talking, when I was teaching Buddy about how to articulate himself. The way I'm talking now, I'm not talking like that on the phone. Good afternoon, this is Mark. You might say your white voice. There's no such thing as a black and a white voice. It's just proper English. You have to know how to navigate. This is business. Good afternoon, this is Mark. Sure. So you said you're moving from the Lex to the John Hancock? Okay. All right. Okay. So you're on the 50th floor? Okay. And then you're moving to the 80th floor? Okay. I know you did say you wanted 2 guys, but I would recommend 3 guys. So I can send you 3 guys for $150 an hour. We're going to send a 16-foot truck, and there's going to be a $150 truck fee. Now, let me explain to you why I recommend 3 guys and why I think you should go with 3 guys. First of all, you're moving out of a high rise, you're moving into a high rise. I know you emphasize an elevator building, but ma'am, to be honest with you, elevator buildings tend to take longer than walk-ups. The reason why is because the movers have to touch the items a multitude of times, depending on where your unit is, on the floor, to where the freight elevator is. They have to move the stuff out down the hallway to the freight elevator, load the freight elevator, go down 50 flights, unload the freight elevator. They may have to stage it. They have to go through the dock to wherever the truck is parked on the dock, load the truck, and repeat that process. Versus a 3rd floor walk up, they're just taking the stuff down 3 flights of stairs straight into the truck, but they only touch it once. And then they have to do the same thing on the other side. Unload the truck, and you said to John Hancock, so you understand that we may have to switch elevators, right? We got to go up to the 44th floor, it's commercial, then we got to unload the commercial elevator into the residential elevator on the 44th floor. Going, oh, so you know the building. Absolutely. We've done many moves in that building. So this is why I would recommend 3 guys. We need a guy down at the truck to do the packing. And he also serves as a form of security. There's a lot that's been going on. It's more of an efficient move. You know what? I'm just going to go along with what you said. I already know they're going along with what I said because they moving in the goddamn John Hancock. So I already know they got bread. I know they got bread. I'm not trying to upsell them. I'm trying to get the job done more efficient. Price is going to be the same. $100 an hour, 2 guys, $150, 3 guys. 3 guys is going to be done quicker. 2 guys is going to take longer. 2 guys could take longer to the point where it may cost you more going with 2 guys than 3 guys. Because now they gotta load the truck, they gotta pack the, they gotta do the stuff in the apartment, bring the stuff to the elevator, come down and pack the truck. If you leave a guy down there that can pack the truck, you still got that relay going. And then, like I said, this is my market, man. They stole New City Moving's truck straight out the dock, right down the street from me, downtown. They was packing the truck. Some dudes hopped in the truck. They found the truck on 103rd and Halsted in the goddamn parking lot. Rummaged through. Look it up. So just outside the fact of the efficiency, security, you got to be able to know how to sell a customer. You got to be able to know how to articulate to a customer. You got to let the customer know. I know more about your building than you, and you've been living in there for the past year. They like that shit. It shows that you're knowledgeable. You're not a rookie. You've been in there before. All this weighs in their judgment on if they're going to book you or not. I'm trying to sell you while I got you on the phone. I'm getting into you. I need you to book with me. I need you to fill you into a slot that there's nobody in right now. I'm counting on that person. I got to close that person. See, so I'm not really tripping on no leads. I'm not tripping on no $30 lead. That $30 lead, I'm charging this person $150 an hour, $150 truck fee. I already know the John Hancock. We just gonna be in there 2.5 hours just dealing with the politics of getting in that building, pulling up off of what's that street right around the corner from Wildberry, right off of God damn it, what's the side street? By the Ritz-Carlton, I can't think of the street. Right by the museum of contemporary art, right there. Boom, pulling right there just to get in the dock. We got to politic with the security. We got to go through the process. He got to get on the walkie-talkie, call up to the office, make sure the COI is on file. Then they give us access. That could take 15 minutes. Got to get the engineer. Got to give us a ding. Got to give us an elevator. So I already know that's a quick 4-piece, 5-piece nugget. Just off the logistics. The job is simple. Just off the logistics of the building, that's a 4-piece nugget. We can already do the math in my head. This is a quick $750, $900 right here in 4 hours. Boom, we got that up out the way. That truck still got 2 more jobs to do for the day. I need that. That's a quick $750 to $900 for them 4 hours right there, and that truck still got 2 more jobs for the day. I need that. We not letting her get off the phone. So post every day on Craigslist and make sure you got a budget to compete with other people who think like me or who got resources. So you may have to start reinvesting your money back in. You need to boost your calls up, right? Pricing. Keep it simple when you're on the new. Hourly, truck fee. Some people do flat rates. I think I've given you examples why I wouldn't do a flat rate. You know, to each his own. I'm not going to argue with nobody. Listen, I'm not doing no flat rate. Never unless it's long distance. Local, anything can happen. I've given you 2 examples early on, just some things that I've gone across in this populated, dense city. You're going to have people that have elevators booked. You're going to have ornery movers who missed their window that are there already, who going to act funny and not want to move. Like, we not finna be fighting nobody for no elevator. We just gonna sit here and let the customer figure that out while this $150 an hour is still ticking. You might have to move the truck a multitude of times. There's been situations where I've had trucks move somebody out. They'll get to the place, the drop off, the new move in, and they ain't even got the key. Or they'll be like, all right, you know, the move out is done. Y'all head to the drop off. I got to go way on the other side to the leasing office to get the key. So y'all going to beat me there. Sure enough, the truck beats them there, and it's still another 45 minutes to an hour before they get there. Because when they got to go way across town to the leasing office, they got to fight traffic. They got to go in there. It might be not be a whoop, bam, thank you, ma'am. And then they got to fight traffic getting to the new place. Whole time the truck is sitting there. Why wouldn't you have the key prior to the move day? That's why I say moving is stressful. People running all over the place like a chicken when their head cut off. That person didn't say when they booked the move that they weren't going to have the key and that the truck would be sitting there an hour. That's why you don't charge a flat rate. Truck's in there. Hey, Mark, we sitting here. The customer said they got to go to the leasing office on the west side to get the key. And the customer on the clock. Just keep me abreast. I'll be watching the GPS. Keep me abreast. When the next window start. Just give me, if you don't think you're going to hit the next window on time, call back to the office so we can call the next customer and give them an update and tell you you're going to be a little late. I say charge about an hour. I think a new person coming in, honestly, on the new, $100 an hour is a good rate. I hear some of you guys charging. Somebody in the Discord told me the other day he's charging $165. Listen, here is how I look at things, and I'm gonna say this one time. If I'm paying somebody $25 an hour comfortably, and I'm charging a customer $50 an hour, I'm making 100%. This is why I say numbers is important. It's a difference from numbers and greed. I'm making 100%. $25 an hour, I'm charging $50 an hour. Two men, I'm charging $100 an hour. If you want to charge $125 and you see me go back and forth with these guys, well, Mark, I want to test the market. This is why in 3 years, you make $70,000 in Congo, you may be watching, but I'm going to put, listen, you know how we give it up over here. And this is why when I show you my 3 year, this is why we doing 9 moves a day versus 1 or none. I'm not greedy at the beginning. Why? Because I'm looking to build a footprint. Who am I to be greedy? I'm making 100% off somebody else's labor. I'm charging a truck fee $150. I'm talking about today's market where the point A to point B was 0.8 miles. So you're pricing yourself out of potential work that's going to lead to more work, that's going to lead to more work, that's going to lead to more work. I'm looking at the numbers. Some people are just greedy. And I'm not speaking on anybody in specific. I'm just telling you what I see when I talk to people and you see them come up. The reason why I could have a volume, and when I showed him my calendars, somebody else was watching, they was like, phew. All them trucks was literally in a small, tight circumference. Why? I'm not greedy. I'm making a shit ton of money. And because I'm not greedy, a lot of people that's helping me to book more jobs. And these jobs that I'm booking, they call me next year. They call me the year after that. And not only do they calling me, they're referring me. And now the people they refer me to, those people are referring me. And those people that they refer to are referring me to. Why? We're not greedy. We're charging a fair price. Which that fair price to me is great fucking margins. I'm making 100% off of fucking labor. I don't pay for nothing. Customer pays for everything. Why would I go charge somebody $125, $130, $140? Especially at the beginning. I'm not a premium. Nobody knows me. I'm trying to build a footprint. I want to be in front of more customers. I need to do more jobs. Not every job. It's a difference between doing every job and more jobs. I need to do more valuable jobs. And I say valuable customers, like I talked about, these economical customers, I need to be in front of more of them. The more of them I get in front of, the better for me it is. Year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5, so on and so forth. I think a person coming in now, $100 an hour for 2 guys. Because that's how you're going to start with 2 guys. You're going to be you and whoever else you got working with you. $100 an hour is fair. Some markets, $90. Listen, I would take $90 an hour right now. One truck, not even on the truck. I would be happy with making $40 an hour off 2 guys' labor plus my truck fee, and I would keep that one truck busy. Absolutely. I would 100% be happy with $90 an hour. I would be happy with $85. But right now, the standard would be $100 an hour, $50 an hour a man. Average pay $25 an hour. So keep the pricing simple. Truck fee, depending on your market, depending on the type of truck, you could go somewhere from $100 to $150. That's market dependent. That's the equipment dependent, on what you're working with. So let's say you're starting with 2 guys, right? Because most people are going to start with them and another guy. Make sure you start a 2-hour minimum. So let's say you do $100 an hour with a 2-hour minimum, $100 truck fee. Boom. You want to do a 2-hour minimum because you want to get it paid for at least two hours of your time, even if the job takes less than 2 hours, right? Normally what I would do back in the day when I was just starting, if they had just 1 item or 2 items, I would do up to 3 items, a flat rate. So, hey, I need a couch move. I was doing $99 couch moves all day long. All day long. Why? Because that's a won't bam, thank you, ma'am. And most time when person's looking for a used couch, they're looking in their vicinity. They're on Facebook Marketplace. They're on OfferUp, and they're looking for something that's very, very close to them. So, I would run a special on Craigslist, $99 couch deliveries. And then I would run a separate at $99 mattress and box spring. Believe it or not, people buy used mattresses and box springs. Don't ask me why. I think to me, it's just, I ain't going to say what I think it is. But what I'm going to say is people buy used mattresses and box springs. So I would run a $99 couch special, and I would run a $99 mattress and box spring special. And people that were looking on Facebook, not Facebook Marketplace at that time, but on Craigslist at that time, they would find something they want, and then they would go right down to the moving and labor. Hey, I just bought this couch, and it's 2 miles from my house. I was wondering how much you could pick it. I saw you got a $100 special. Yep, simple. Won't, ma'am, thank you, ma'am. Don't matter what floor. It's a $100 special. It's just 1 couch. I'm going to use that as a little filler. It got to the point with them couch specials. One of those years, I did so many couch deliveries. I had a truck doing them. I was doing like 5 or 6 of those a day. I just had a truck go do them. Actually, Cordell, who's in my Discord, he heard me say that one of those lives last year, and he said he did it, and he was like, yeah, it works. He said it works. So you want to do that like in the summertime, like when people are really moving, real height of the moving season, people are moving, a lot of people start buying used furniture, right? So I would do 1, 2, 3, up to 3 items of flat rate. So if a person said, I got a coffee table and 2 end tables, or let's say I got a dresser and 2 nightstands, I might wrap that up into a bundle package for them. A dresser, 2 nightstands, I might do that for $150. I might do that for $150. It's going to cost me about $100, $110 in cost because I'm still paying my guys for the 2-hour minimum. I'm cool with that. You know why I'm cool with that? Taking that little money. And this is why I'm telling you how to get money. And some of y'all just greedy and not watch other content creators, and they don't really know how to get money, bro. So I'm telling you, I'm going to do that shit for that, right? I'm going to still pay my movers the 2-hour minimum. I'm going to pay them like a move for this delivery. So boom, I charge a customer $150. Let's say that the dresser, the 2 nightstands is going, let's say 5 miles, whatever. So boom, they getting $25 an hour, 2-hour minimum. So that's $100, right? It might cost me, and I'm thinking me, trucks are paid for, insurance, all in with fuel, insurance costs factored in, which is low. Trucks are paid for, been paid for a decade. Boom, boom. It might cost me 110, 115. Fuck it, let's say 120 for laughs and giggles. Company make $30. I'm cool with that. Mark, why are you only cool with $30? Because this is a person who clearly just moved, right? They clearly didn't see us during the move, wherever they booked the move from. But we're going to go in there and do a pristine job for them on this delivery. And this could possibly be a potential moving customer next year. So I'll make a $30 net profit on that job to put us in front of another customer that is a potential future moving customer. I didn't pay $40 for the lead. I actually made $30 by doing a service that could lead to a more premium service the next year, the year after that. And then I'll just fill that in between a move in the morning, or I'll put that in the afternoon, because that's bam, thank you, man. That's all of 40 minutes to an hour, if that. I'm not greedy. I'm looking to acquire customers. That was a paid customer acquisition. They paid me. That's a potential future moving customer. Or that could be a potential another delivery customer. They buy used furniture. We do a good job. The typical people that do that type of work early on when I was on Craigslist, they not rapping shit. We going in there doing a professional job. We giving you the full service, baby. We gonna wrap the shit, everything. You still getting a premium job. I don't care about the shrink wrap. Wow, we buying this shit wholesale by the case. You going to Home Depot buying that $30 43 gauge shit, paying $29, $30 or whatever they charge. I'm buying this shit by the case. And I'm buying a multitude of cases of this shit. I'm paying $68 a case. I'm getting 4 rolls. Do the math. I'm paying less than $20 a roll. I'm paying about $16, $17 a roll for better grade quality of shrink. I'm getting 80 gauge. So I don't really care about that shrink wrap. Wow, it'll go around it a few times. What the fucking do? It's 1,500 square feet. This was my mindset 2012, 2011, after being in it 2 years. 2011, 2012. And guess what? A lot of those customers we was doing those Craigslist pickup and mattresses for, they would call us back to either pick up more shit or to move them. I'm not finna charge nobody $300-$400 to move one couch. I'm not trying to, I gotta make a ton of money. No, I'm want to make a little money and get in front of this customer who is the type of customer I'm targeting anyway. And not have to pay for that customer acquisition. They paid me. So 2-hour minimum for the moves, right? 2 men, 2-hour minimum. And then after the 2 hours, if it goes over 2 hours, you prorate in a 15-minute increment. If you remember the last call-in show with Congo, that was the call-in show where I taught Ty decimals, because he was having an issue with after the 2 hours. And I for the people who've been watching me, that was like November. It took me 2 hours to teach him decimals. I sat on that live stream for 2 hours and taught him decimals. If you watch that live stream, put a 1 in the chat for me. So after the second hour, you have to prorate it. Well, you can do whatever you want. I'm telling you what you should do. You should prorate it in 15-minute increments. So if the job takes, you're charging $100 an hour, let's make the math easy, and the job takes 2.25 hours, what would you charge him? A couple people saw it. So if you're prorating at $100 an hour and let's get some crowd engagement. $100 an hour and the move takes 2.25 hours, what would their total be? Just on, not the truck fee, just on the labor. $100 an hour and the move took 2.25 hours. Let's see if, because it seems like decimals, it took me 2 hours to teach Ty decimals. $100 an hour and the job took 2.25 hours. What's the labor cost so far? At $100 an hour and the move took 2.25 hours. Rio got it right, 225. So if it took 2.5 hours, it'd be 250. If it took 2.75 hours, it would be 275, so on and so forth. Now, where Ty was getting hung up at is what determines God damn it. Where did Ty get hung up at? What determines when you go to the quarter, right? Do you go down or do you go up? And I was telling him at the 7-minute mark, it was when you go to the next quarter of an hour. So, and this is how I know this is because me just working jobs. Every job that I worked for, when I worked at the Gap, when I worked at the Target, the punch clock determined if you was late. So let's say you had to be at work at 9 o'clock. You had that 6-7 minute grace period. Why? Because if you punch in on 9:01, 9:02, 9:03, it's like you're punching in. Why? Because the clock pays you, right? It's estimated. So boom. If I punch in at 9:01, it's like punching in at 9. Once the clock strikes 9:07, it rolls over to the next quarter of an hour, so 9:15. Because the way it pay you on the paycheck, they're paying you by the quarter hour. So if I make $100 an hour and I punch the clock and I punch the clock on time and I work 2 hours, I'm gonna get $200. If I punch in at 9:07 or 9:08 or 9:09 and I work 2 hours, they're only gonna pay me for 1.75 hours. Right. So that's why I was teaching Ty the prorate. Now, obviously, if you are not working with an even number like 100, obviously you might pull out your calculator. But the more you charge people, whatever you charge them by the hour, you'll know those numbers by heart. $125 an hour. If the job takes 2.25 hours, you'll be done did so many of these jobs and charged so many customers that might have hit that time period where you know it by heart. So $125 an hour times 2.25 times 2.5 times 2.75. So I roll it over every 7 minutes. So the 7-minute mark, it rolls over to 15 minutes. So the next quarter of an hour, so on and so forth. Go back and watch that episode with Ty so you know how to, charge as far as prorating is concerned. All right. Do it by the quarter hour. All right. Now, travel time. This is something that gets a little tricky. I think when you're on the new, I didn't charge travel time. When I was on the new, when I was not licensed, I was under the table and charged travel time, right? The clock started when the truck got there. Now, obviously, you're a licensed mover, you got to charge travel time, right? Your guys are W-2. So the moment they come to work and get on the truck, shit, you paying them. So you have to charge the customer for that. When you're under the table and you're learning the business, pay the guys when you get paid. So, if, for instance, if you got wherever you meet at in the morning, say the truck is parked at your house, they get on the truck, it may take you 30 minutes to get to the first job. You get to the first job, it's when you start charging the customer. That 30 minutes in commute, when I was under the table, I wasn't paying for that. First job got done, if it took 20 minutes or 30 minutes to get from job A to job B, not from point A to point B on job one is done. So now we're going to job 2. If it took 30 minutes to get from job 1 to job 2, we wasn't getting paid. So I wasn't paying. Now, this is marked under the table. The guys was fine with that. Why? Because shit, these guys is making $100, $150, $200 a day with tips then. So that couldn't get no other job. So, This is just a part of the industry when you under the table, when you building something. The moment you get licensed, you got to pay these guys as soon as they get on the truck. So this is why you charge customers a travel time. So a licensed company, I'm charging a travel. Okay, you book with me, but there's going to be an hour to and from. So if we charging you for 3 guys, $150 an hour, 2-hour minimum, then you're going to pay that for us to come to you. And then after the job is done, you're going to pay us for us to leave. Listen, our next job could be right around the corner. That customer's still going to pay that $150. So even after we're done with that job and we charge that customer that truck fee, I'm still charging that customer that travel fee once we're gone. They got to pay to and from. They don't know we going back to the goddamn office or not. Literally the next job could be right around the corner. So for us, you looking at $150 an hour, 2-hour minimum plus to and fro. So before we even get there, you already at $750. We ain't touched a goddamn thing. We ain't touched a goddamn thing, and your bill is already $750, and we ain't touched nothing. Now, granted, that 2-hour minimum is baked in there, so obviously you get there, you do the move, all included, boom, $750 would be the total, right? Because you got 2-hour minimum, right? $150 an hour, 2-hour minimum, that's $300. To and fro, that's another $306 plus $150 truck fee, right? It's another $150 and $750. Obviously, if it goes over that 2-hour threshold, then it's prorated in 15-minute increments at whatever you charge. If it's $150 for 3 guys or $100 an hour for 2 guys, and in 15-minute increments, you're prorated in 15-minute increments, I should say. All right, so don't overcomplicate it. If you're on the new, you're under the table, just your hourly plus your truck fee. That's it. All right. If that was a little confusing, run it on replay a multitude of times. It's like reading a book. Run it on replay a multitude of times until you comprehend it. Labor, probably going to be the most difficult thing. And the reason why I say that is because you got to find people. Not only do you got to find people, you got to keep people. This is a very labor-intensive industry. It's very difficult. It's hard to find people in today's time to do very taxing work. That's why you have to pay handsomely. Now, I think the standard for a person is $25 an hour, which is great. You may have to pay $30. Well, Mark, should I go to 105? Absolutely not. I still think you should pay $100. Matter of fact, some of you might need to charge people $90 an hour. You're still making 40-something percent, 40%. I think it's still great. If you're on the truck, even better. If I'm on the truck and I'm on the new getting started and I'm paying a guy $30 an hour, I'm making $60 an hour. I charge $90. Fuck it. I look at the market and see what my competition is. If I'm one of the guys on the truck, I might charge $85. I want to do more jobs, not any job. I want to put myself in front of more people. Why? I want to build a footprint. So your biggest problem is going to be people. You got to find good quality people. Not only do you got to find good quality, reliable people, you got to find people that can do this type of work. Now, good quality, reliable people that are going to show up. They're going to show up every day. They're going to show up on time. And they're going to show up even though the previous day was tumultuous. Mark, what do you mean the previous day was tumultuous? Well, we had 3 jobs booked. From what I heard when I booked it, it sounded like it was going to be a 10-hour day. Start at 8. We should be done by 6. It's 10 o'clock. We still out here. Why? Something happened. Something happened that was beyond our control. We couldn't get an elevator. We had to move the truck 50 times. We had a long carry. It was a courtyard building that was, misjudged. It was a courtyard building, and it was a long carry on top of that. It could be a multitude of different things that had prolonged the day. And every single thing that did could have been beyond our control. Now, you have to have a person that, okay, it's 10:30, 11 o'clock at night. I got to be back up and out the door by 7, and I'm tired and I'm sore. So what? This is the job. This is what this entails, especially starting now, beginning of moving season. to September 30th. This is what this job entails during this time of the year, which means you got to have some dogs. I've always been transparent. My time period coming in and today is day and night. Back then, I didn't have to compete against gig economy and shit like that. Like, it was easy for me to just pluck guys off the block. Like, this type of work was heralded by, people who society deemed undesirables. Those undesirables now have options. Some of those options in the gig economy won't oblige them, but there's workarounds. Man drop food off to me all the time, and it say Keisha on it. And it say Keisha on the Uber Eats app. I see Keisha on my Uber Eats app. Finna bring me my goddamn it, my Doc B's. I'll get the Doc B's, the steamed brown rice with the salmon. You dig what I'm saying? I'm looking at Keisha. I gotta go downstairs anyway. Condo Association won't allow us them to bring the food back up to the door no more because a lot of these Uber guys and some of these DoorDash guys and these Amazon Flex guys, they got some sticky fingers. So, and it all started during the pandemic. We ain't gonna go into details, but a lot of shit started coming up. People want to start wandering through the building and shit. So we got to go downstairs and meet the delivery people at the door now. So I'm finna go downstairs. Matter of fact, let me throw on the Balenciaga. Keeps looking a little decent. Let me throw this on real quick. Now I get down there, it's Fo and them got my shit, man. Who the fuck is Fo and them? Ma. I'm like, where the fuck Keisha? The window cracked on the passenger side. It's another Fo in them. And the smoke coming out. And then my bag, it smelled like the Zah. I don't see Keisha. So it's still a workaround for Fo and them to get on the gig shit, right? Because Keisha gonna sign up, but then she gonna log in and hand Man the phone. Man gonna do the work. The restaurant ain't tweaking on Man when Man go pick up the food. Man just probably get an order number. They get Man the food. And then as you gonna tweak on Man bringing you the food, you hungry. You gonna be like, damn, I done got dressed up for nothing. I'm thinking I'm finna Mac Keisha now. It's fucking Man, bro. Fuck on up out of here. So you gotta find you somebody, man. Look, all the Mans left. We went from we had 77 people. When I talked about Man and the baby mama putting them on there, that motherfucker went from 77 to 68 round this way. They got mad at Big Boy. He did what I'm saying. But it's the truth. I ain't lying to you. Oh, man. So anyway, you got to find reliable people. You got to find a person, especially on the new, you got to find that one person that's going to thug it out with you that first year. The person I found was Aaron. And I had a guy who was with me at first. He didn't last long because when I got that call, I just grabbed a buddy that I knew wasn't working, but he wanted to work the hell of beans. And I realized after 2 or 3 days and a couch that we couldn't figure out how to get in, that I need to find somebody. I went right back to Craigslist to the labor gigs part, and I put an ad up of a mover, and a guy named Aaron responded, and I'll never forget, like it was yesterday, and I told him I would meet him in the morning, and I had 3 jobs that I wanted him to do with me, and I met him on 95th and the Dan Ryan. It was a Maxwell's Polish there then, and he got in the car, 6'3" dude, 6'4" maybe, just solid dude, tall, solid, strong dude. And the first move we got to, the way he maneuvered, he was experienced. I said, yeah. After that move, I said, man, I need you with me. I said, you could work every day. I said, I don't need you to go post no ads on Craigslist no more. I need you every day. I can keep you working every day. Now, Aaron had issues. Like most people that are in this industry. that you hire have. Remember, these are people that society has deemed the undesirables, and in some aspects, rightfully so, based on, their past history, right? But then, these people still have vices today. Um, Aaron would drink. I'm not going to go into the Aaron story right now. I think I've told the Aaron story before. I know I talked about Aaron recently in the Discord. But Aaron's the type of person, if I ran into Aaron today, I know he called me like a year or two ago. I owe a lot to Aaron because even though Aaron worked for me, Aaron was more experienced than me, and Aaron taught me this business. He 100% taught me this business. I'm always going to give people their credit. That's one thing with me. I'm going to give people their credit. I would have not probably made it that first year in the pickup truck if it wasn't for Aaron. Aaron carried my weight as far as being a novice. Even though I paid him, he trained me. And this is why, even though Aaron, over the course of years, because Aaron was with me from 2010, I finally had to get rid of him in 2020. His drinking had just gotten worse. It was, it was tolerable. People knew why I kept him on because, uh, just like my trophy trucks, there's I think 5-Star was in the Discord last night telling me to get rid of the trucks. Or somebody was telling me, like, Mark, you just paying for commercial insurance for these trucks just to and to store them. But that's how I feel about Aaron. I owe a lot to Aaron. But he taught me this industry. He taught me how to maneuver things. Aaron was way stronger than me at that time. I wasn't in shape, right? Then. So it was a lot of things where he would have to take the lead and kind of, so, but Aaron was there every day. Now, he would sober out after the first job of the day. That would be his sobering out job. And then job 2, 3, and 4, and so on, he would be straight. But Aaron came every day. Aaron did not miss a day. He didn't miss one day. And I just reminiscing now, just thinking about it, because of his skill set, knowledgeable, and the fact that he was reliable outside of his vice, he showed up to work every day. Now, I think people need to find that type of person, especially at the beginning. Why? You book a job. You got one reliable person, or you think is reliable, and nobody shows up. You got 3 jobs booked this day. You got 2 jobs booked this day. You need a reliable person. Yeah, you can go on the Craigslist, or you can go onto one of these apps and find maybe a day laborer. You can pull up to a Home Depot. I don't know if Home Depot is really popping like that, like it was 2 years ago, but you're running a risk there. You don't know this person. You don't know what their skill set is. You don't know them. You're going into somebody's house. You don't know if they got sticky fingers. You don't know what their background, if they might have had an SA background. So you have to be very, very careful, right? But you have to find somebody reliable. Not only reliable, you got to find somebody that's qualified. If you find somebody that's reliable and they're okay, now you got to train this person, right? But you got to find that person. And to be honest with you, I think that's probably going to be the most difficult thing to do today. You could have all the resources. You could have money. You could have trucks. You could have the know-how. You could just be blessed with everything from day one. But it's not something you could do by yourself. You got all you willing to go above and beyond, but you're going to have at least one person that's willing to go above and beyond with you. And if you don't have that person, it's not going to work at all. I think that's all I probably want to cover today as far as the framework. I guess I can touch on damages. If you're under the table and you're just getting started off, if you're under the table and just getting started off and you do come across something, a customer where you damage something and they want to uh, settle it some type of way, if you follow my blueprint and you don't take on something that you shouldn't be taking on, then my recommendation that whatever it is you broke shouldn't really cost that much. One of the things I remember breaking a lot back in the early days was those mirrors that hang on the back of the door. I'll give you $5 for the mirror. You know what I'm saying? So, $5 mirrors like that, a lot of the times the customer would be like, don't even worry about it. Wrapping those things, they're flimsy, whatever. A lot of IKEA shit is not meant really to be moving back and forth. It's that press board shit, and you got to be very careful when you're disassembling and reassembling that shit, because if you're using like an impact drill and you put too much power, it's going to split. But certain things you just might want to settle out. You just might want to settle it out. Like I didn't have any problems. I remember doing a job for a lady for free. I remember doing this job for this one lady for free. I just knew she wasn't happy. I'm still learning. We're still learning. And I just knew she wasn't happy, and I just did it for free. I remember doing one job for a guy, and we nicked something, and I offered him to do it for free. And this is a white guy. And I'll never forget what he told me. He said, don't worry about it right now. Let's get the job done, and we'll settle up at the end. And I just said, don't worry about it. He said, no, I'm going to pay you because you did the job. So you deserve to get paid. And he said, would you mind taking 50%? And I just took 50%. Right. So it goes back to what I said at the beginning. Like, this is your testing, your crash test period of learning. And this is why I say don't take on jobs that you shouldn't be taking on. Don't go trying to do houses. Don't go try doing mansions. Don't go try to start off with 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, 1 bedrooms. Don't try to deal with the fluent customers. You're looking for a niche type of customer, a person who's like a yuppie, a person who's very economical, renting a room, a dorm, studio, a person who is probably living in a building. The building, it just has the war wounds on the wall in the hallways from just previous moves. And because it's probably a lot of moving in and out, and the landlord just doesn't care. And the furniture is, hand-me-down or inexpensive, and they're not really tripping on if you bump or bruise. But if you do run across a situation where a customer, you do damage something, it's best to just settle it out, pay it out, offer them a discount. You want to settle it because you want to leave a good impression on this customer. And believe it or not, some of those customers will call you back, man. But don't feel bad about it. This is why you're learning. So don't really feel bad about it, but still do have some ethics about yourself when you're handling it. Keep you some spackle. Keep you a putty knife for walls, right? It's really cheap. You can go to Home Depot, or you can even go to Walmart. They got that pink shit. It's pink, and then as it dries, it turns white. You can get like a thing that size for like $6 at like Home Depot. I forget the name of it. Or Walmart, and get you a small putty knife, and then like little nicks on the wall. You can patch that up right there yourself. Come back. If the customer has the paint code, come back. Normally they say don't worry about it. As long as you patch it up, they'll be straight. You can patch that up right there while you're there. So keep that on the truck with you. All right. So things are going to happen when you're new because you're learning. All right. So somebody said, I never heard the Aaron story. I've told the Aaron story a couple of times. Told it a couple of times. I actually just told it the other day. You just probably wasn't here, or probably was in the Discord. I don't remember. All right. So somebody mentioned something about, some of the books and how I would keep my books very, very early on. And I got all my books from pre-license, right? And I got a bunch of shit. I keep them in storage from those days. I don't know why I'm holding on to a lot of this shit. I throw shit out from time to time. But I did find that stream where I pulled out some of my old books. Um, and I'll show you how I kept my books. Now, the books weren't kept perfect when I was getting started, but every single day I did account for my labor. I did account for my fuel, and each rental truck averaged me about 300, 350 a week. And that was with miles. These trucks were not doing that many miles. At that particular time, I was paying 10 cents a mile and like 225 a week for the truck. Right now, a 16-foot truck in my market, and because I just had this conversation with someone yesterday in my Discord who's in this market, is paying 275 for a 16-footer, and they're offering him 10 cents a mile. We're trying to negotiate that down right now to 12 cents. He doesn't get my rate. I can get him 10 cents a mile, but he needs to sign a 60-day lock-in. We're trying to get him down to 12 cents a mile. So the rates for a 16-footer, not too far off from pre-pandemic or even past that, because right now I'm looking at books from 2012 and I was paying on average settlement out for a week. I was paying like 350, 325 all in with miles and insurance. So I did find that live stream for the person that wanted to see it when I did that. So I'll pull a little excerpt up for that now, and then I got to remind myself that next time I go, I need to go maybe pull some of those books out, and then maybe I'll cover some of those books as well. So let's take a look. Truck one gross $1,600. Had a 3-hour move, paid $300. Then it had a job two for some reason. I don't remember why, but it was a $1,300 flat rate move, which totaled $1,600. Here's the labor for the 3 guys that worked. Payroll was $612. $150 went to the tank. All right, so prior to pre-licensing, this is how I would do my books, and this was every day. At the end of the day, and this is why I'm just so adamant on just keeping your numbers. And I don't tell people that. I don't bark on people, and I never did it. I kept my books. This is indicative of a successful business person. If you don't know what it's costing you, how do you know what you're making? Now, a person who, obviously once I, became licensed and I got way more costs, my books were way more complicated and I couldn't do it like this. I got an accounting firm and shit like that. But this is a non-licensed individual who was building a business under the table. So I'm running 3 trucks. So I would just get composition notebooks. And then every day I would just, put the date. So this was July 27, 2012, draw a line. And then obviously truck 1, truck 2, truck 3. And it looks like truck 1, let's say the first job of the day was 3 hours. So back then I wasn't even charging a truck fee. I was just charging by the hour. I hadn't even started charging a truck fee yet. So I was just charging customers by the hour. Obviously he was charging $100 an hour. This is 3 guys. This was like Dre. I don't know if that was TC or KC. This was Dre, TC, and Daryl. Daryl was a troublemaker. So $100 an hour. This job was 3 hours. So this customer paid $300 cash. Job 2 looked like it paid $1,300 credit. This was a flat rate move, so I don't know, maybe this one might have went downstate or something, or I don't know what it was. But it couldn't have went downstate because it looked like this job had okay. So this had a $1,300 move, And this one, it had the second job was 1,300. The first job was 3 hours. So this truck total that day, this is mine, these are all 16 footers. This truck made 1,600 that day. Here's the labor cost. Dre 290, TC 161, Daryl 161. So we looking at gross 1,600, minus 612 in payroll, minus 150 in gas. This was $830 something. The receipts I would staple to the back. You'll see that as I press play, and then the truck cost would be factored in at the end of the week because the truck cost it would vary depending on the miles. The truck fee, as far as what I was paying for each truck, was the same, $225 a week, $5 a day for the insurance, and then obviously the miles are 10 cents a mile, but the miles aren't parallel. Like this truck might have did 200 miles, this truck might have did 75, so on and so forth. All right, so this truck made 838. That truck 2 did 3 jobs. First job was 2 hours. This was looked like a 2-man truck. 2 hours, 75 an hour, 150 cash. The second job was 2 hours, 3-man, $200 that customer paid credit. Third job was 2 hours, 170 cash. I look like I took a hit. So early on, I'm learning the business, right? I'm not forcing every customer, obviously, to take 3 moves. So basically what would happen here is, what it would do is this customer booked the 3-man move, which was $100 an hour, 2-hour minimum. That's why 3 guys was on the truck. But I had 2 other jobs that was on this truck that were customers that were booking 2-man. Now, mind you, this is like my second year, so I'm still learning. I'm still figuring things out. My sales is not at the point where it's 2018 or 2016 or 2019 or 2020 where I'm just leaning on a customer and I'm selling them to get 3 guys, because if I book this job first, the second job, which was a 3-man move, now I don't want to have 3 guys do 2-man moves, but I still got to pay the third guy, even though I'm only charging the customer for 2-man. But at this point, I was doing that, right? So even in still, you got the total for the truck, you got the labor. It looked like Suge, MK, and Fred was on this truck. Here's their labor cost. This truck didn't get any fuel that day. This truck got fuel. So this truck, I got to look and see what this truck just didn't burn no fuel. My routes were really, really tight. So after payroll, this truck still made almost $300, $298.
Profited $838 off of that truck that day.
All right, let's move it over. So this truck looks like a 3-man truck. 40, troublemaker. Who else was on this truck? Aaron's on this truck. Y'all see Aaron's name? And I can't really read that third person. Oh, Sean. So I had like 3 Seans. So I know what Sean this one is, because all 3 of them, believe it or not, one was this was a SHAWN, then you had SEAN, then you had the other Sean was SHUAN. Luckily for me, they all spelled their names different. That's how I was able to differentiate them. So this first job was 2 hours, paid $140, customer paid credit. I paid 3 guys for that, even though it was a 2-man job. The second job was a 3-man job, was a 5-hour job. It paid $475 cash. You're looking at the labor cost, $615, payroll was $268. This truck did get some gas. Hold on. Or did it get? Oh no, it's $150 for gas. So the only truck that had to get gas this day was this truck. This truck looked like it probably went a little distance that day, which is why I spent $150 in gas. These trucks didn't have to put any gas in for the day. Like I said, these moving routes were very tight, so they didn't have to fill up every day. So this is what each truck netted, right? Which totaled out to $1,483 for the day. Welcome to the live tie. I've said it a multitude of times. This is pre-licensing. Pre-licensing.
Profited $298 on this truck this day. 200 credit. So it looks like somebody got a credit. That's why. So this
So when I did this live stream, I thought this was a credit, but what I when I watched the replay, it wasn't a credit to the customer. It was they paid credit.
right here shows that something must have happened.
Nothing happened. It's just the customer
So
paid
this
credit.
is good. I'm glad I'm going through some of this shit. I always talk about, we did it on the game show yesterday. Sometimes you got to take care of customers. Something got broke or something got damaged on this second job where I ended up having
So it wasn't a damage credit. I was tweaking when I was doing this live stream. That this means the customer paid credit.
to give this customer $200 credit, which if
Explanation.
times 3, this first job in today's times would be $900 for the labor, and then it would be a $150 truck fee. So this job that was $300 then would be $1,050 now.
So when I did this live stream, when I dug up these books, I was doing a comparison analysis of labor and truck fees from then to now. So a 3-hour job now will then actually it was come down some because this is coming off 2 years post pandemic. I went up to $100 an hour for labor during the pandemic, rightfully so, and didn't have a problem getting it. In today's time, you're looking at $50 an hour, 2-hour minimum, right? So 3 guys, $150 an hour. So that move would be 150, 150, 150, 3, 450. It would be $600. Now here's the next day. So that was $727. So
$50 now. All right, so the next day, I ran 3 trucks. We made $1,046. The 29th, I made $1,271. This is after payroll. This is after fuel.
Now you can see the receipts are all stapled to the back of each page, but hold on, this page has a little bit more breakdown. Payroll, gas. Hold on, let me see if I can find
12.
All right. So let's see, truck 3 that day, 130 cash, 3 guys. So this must have been a 2-hour job. Nope, 130 cash. This was a delivery. So I had 3 guys on the truck because obviously job 2 and job 3 were paid 3-hour 3-man jobs. So this is one of those fillers I was talking about. I don't know what it was, but if I charged 130 cash, it probably was like a dresser and 2 nightstands, or it might have been a couch and a chair. Whatever it was a delivery. So there was 3 guys on the truck. I probably only made $10, $15 on this job. Whoop-de-doo, right? Or maybe I made a little bit more because labor was a little bit cheaper. Well, here's the labor breakdown so we can do the math down here. The second job obviously was a 3-man job. $100 an hour times 3.25, 325 cash. That was Martin, 40, and Aaron. The third job was 5 hours, 100 an hour, $500. Customer paid credit. Total $955. Payroll total, gas total. This is what we netted. This truck 2 was 3 trucks that day. 325 credit first job. That was MK, Fred, and Sean. I remember having an MK. I just don't remember what he looked like. Second job was 2 hours, $200. Third job was 2 hours. So that truck gross $725. Labor, gas, and then I can't see what the truck. This is off camera.
71.
But the totals and net for the companies combined was $1,271. So that's 3 days back to back of over $1,000.
This is after payroll. This is after fuel. 730. I made.
So we showed 727, 728, 729. Okay, this is 730. So I'm just going day by day. So let's look at this one. 730, 12. After all costs, I made $1,529 that day. So we're about $5,000 in 4 days, maybe a little bit more. No, we're a little bit more because one day was 14. This is 15, 12, and then I forget what the other day was. So let's say 800. First job was 800 for truck 1. That was an 8-hour job. That was Dre. TC and Mike. Job 2 was 2 hours. Job 3 was 2 hours. So just in working hours, they worked 12 hours. So this is probably was the easiest 16-hour day, right? Once you factor in travel to from back to the yard, this might have been a 14-hour day because working hours, you're looking at 12 working hours. Gross total 1170. Now, mind you, back then I was only charging for labor. I wasn't even charging a truck fee. And gross was 1170. Here's the labor pay. Truck didn't need any gas that day. Truck walked away with 714. Now, mind you, on average, $300 a week for the truck. One job paid for the cost of the truck for the week. So that's why I'm saying, like, with this, the customer pays for everything. One job will cover your truck, literally. In this case, these two jobs, this $200 job, this $170 job, covered what this truck cost for the whole week, including the miles, minus the gas. So you might spend, depending on the truck, you know, these trucks are working dense. I might spend maybe $150 a week for fuel on a truck. Trucks are running 7 days a week. Customers paying the labor. I'm automatically, you see I'm doing the books. The truck is grossing. I'm taking the money out for the movers right then and there. So this first job paid cash. So even if these other two jobs paid credit, I'm already tucking their money to the side. So the way I used to do it back then, because I'm still at the crib, I'm still at the OG crib, I'm building this business. Most of the jobs were coming back in with cash. Make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, turn on post notifications. So I would have two big manila envelopes. One would say payroll, and then one would be the money, the company money. So at the end of the day, when they come back with this cash, each truck, I'm doing the payroll. I'm doing this shit every day. This is how I'm keeping tabs on it. So this 156, this 144, this 156, it goes into the payroll envelope. So now the payroll envelope is just getting big, just like the profit envelope is getting big. So now at the end of the week, all this money for all the payroll is in an envelope. So only thing I'm doing now is just totaling each person's up, doing separate envelopes, handing them an envelope with cash. Boom, this person 1,000, this person 12, whatever the case may be. Now, mind you, they getting cash every day because they getting tips too. But this is how I'm doing it. So truck 2 was 3 men, you know, 2 405 or 450, whatever. 180 credit. So you're looking at the total, payroll, fuel, net. Truck 3 man. Tolling, labor, fuel, gas. And then this is what I'm putting into the second envelope for the profit. That's going in the profit envelope. This all is going in the labor.
1529. 731.
All the receipts for fuel are stapled. You see that staple was stapled to the back of the page.
731.
So now we just going day by day. So now it look like, you know, 731 after all 1,800. I took in that day. So you looking at, let me make it.
I made 1867.
All right, so okay, so this took to this day. You got Drake, KT, and Mike. Now look, they did 4 jobs this day. They did a 2.5-hour move. They did a 3.5-hour move. Looked like they did a small delivery. And they did, I don't know, is it a 2-hour move? All right, so total 1,050, labor costs. Truck didn't need fuel that day. That truck did pretty good. Truck 2, gross this month, 762. Labor costs, Fuel cost, truck netted 386.
These are consecutive days at the end of the month. I'm showing you.
All right, boom. Truck 3, 370, 495. What is this? 525? I can't see it.
You guys to show you
So that truck netted a gross 1320. This truck did.
this. The first week of the month,
was 509. So now this is an end of the month run. So we got that 2-week run, that last week and that first week. So the last week of July and that first week of August, this is what it's like. These are the numbers you're doing. You got to get your money. So boom, this fourth job, I'm 100% guaranteed. This was a booking at the last minute. It's July 31st. This is my killer squad. I threw that on them. Boom. They took it. They knocked it out in 2 hours. They did 4.
the last week of the month are going to be your busiest days, your busiest weeks for moving from April 1st through September 30th. All right. The 2 middle weeks, you should have consistent work, but it's going to slow down. It's going to be odds and end jobs. You make the bulk of your money for the month, the first week and the last week of the month. Why? Because most people's leases end usually the last or the first day of the month. 8-1.
So now we going into August. So that was 7/31. So now we're looking at August 1st. So we brought in 1380 that day.
1380.
So you guys get the point.
8-2. 941.
You guys get the point. And all these composition notebooks that you saw in the back were just, I think I brought out 2012. So those are all 2012, pretty much month by month. All right. All right. So let's
Now watch, it's going to start slowing down.
Let's open up. Let's open up the phone line. So to all the guys who on the new, who under the table, like Ty, seeing here, and Bakari and Cordell, a lot of my young guys, you can do it too. It's possible. You just gotta structure yourself. You gotta find people. You gotta be disciplined, and you just gotta make it happen, and it'll grow. I would go more in deep into the schedules, but I'll do that in the Discord because I don't want to dox people's information, even though, these people 9 times out of 10 don't live in these places. It's still their names and da-da-da-da-da. So I've shown, and the reason I want to do that is because I've shown to somebody in the Discord from my market how tight and dense I would schedule my trucks. So I'll probably go more into that in the Discord. But for right now, the phone line is open, 312-772-5483. Next week, we'll get more into in-depth logistics, and we'll just make next week moving week since this is the beginning of moving season. We'll just do moving content all next week. But the phone line is open. Now is the time. Make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, turn on post notifications. What's this 16-foot trucks? Yeah, so every truck you saw was 16-footers at that particular time. Every single truck was a 16-footer. Can you run a 14-foot that is owned outright or is a 16-foot minimum to get? To be honest with you, if you follow my blueprint 16-foot, that 2 feet you losing is very instrumental. Very instrumental. To be honest, I've done some one bedrooms where a 16-footer is packed front to back, top to bottom, tight, correctly. Aaron, one thing I can also say about Aaron, out of all my years of operation, out of all the people that I've hired, Aaron was the best packer that I've ever seen. I remember being on a job with Aaron, and it had to be maybe 2012, 2013, because I was still in the field. It was another moving company that was licensed. I'm still under the table at this point, Penske truck, that drove past, stopped. We're parked. The truck is packed. They stop right here, and they said, "Which one of y'all packed that truck?" Aaron's like, "I packed it." And it's like, "Man, we need you to come work for us or work with us," something like that. Aaron was the best packer I've ever seen. So, like, I've seen Aaron pack some 1-bedrooms, front to back, top to bottom, right? So a 14-footer. I mean, you can make it shake. I wouldn't recommend it, because what you gonna pay for a 14-footer, you can get a 16-footer for. I would just get a 16-footer, bro. I would just get a 16-footer. Shout out to I Get Paid to Wait. You said Home Depot still got them people out there? Yeah, I ain't really been paying attention. I know the Home Depot closest to me, I don't really see them out there no more. I ain't really rode past. You know, I did ride past the one on 87, but shit, I wasn't looking for them. Shit, I don't know if they was out there or not. What'd you say, still out there? Oh, excuse me. All right, phone line open, 312-772-5483. Y'all got any questions or no? Should I set the timer? Anybody gonna call? It's 4:30. It's the last live stream for the week, y'all. So whatever questions you got, you better get them in now. The last live stream. You know we only doing 3 a week. We ain't doing 5 a week no more. We ain't did 5 a week in about a month. We've been on the 3 a week for about a month. So get your questions in. You dig? Moving season is here, so all my moving guys, which I know it ain't many of y'all. Now is the time. Oh, my challenge. Listen. $100,000 I want to see. I want to see $100,000. I want to see one of my young movers that's just getting started. I'm challenging y'all. Y'all need to do $100,000 in the next 6 months. And I think it's doable for some people, depending on your market. I think it's doable. $100,000 from now until September 30th. I think it's doable. April, May, June, July, August, September. You got 6 full months. That's a little less than $20,000 a month, which I think is really doable. More than doable. So to all my guys that's just getting started, I want to see y'all do 20 in a month. How can I grow this while still working my 9 to 5? I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know, bro. Like, when I got started, I was out here in the field. If you came in late, I talked about me learning if you look at these schedules, I wasn't on none of these trucks. So I was not in the field at this particular time in 2022. Now, I was still in the field, but at this particular time of the year, I had more than enough people. So I was able to pull myself off the truck, like during peak times. But if you look at these time schedules, these trucks is doing 3 moves a day. That's 3 trucks doing 3 moves a day. These trucks are starting at 7, 8, 9 in the morning and going to 7, 8, 9 at night sometimes. So this is an all-day business. And if you're looking, I'm going day to day to day to day to day. Like I just, how would you do this and manage a job? I just really don't know. I'm not even going to sit up here and tell you how. I don't know, because me doing it, I don't see from where I was at that time in the building process, how I would have been able to be on the truck and do a 9-to-5 job. Even with not being on the truck at this particular time, I'm managing 3 trucks, 3 moves a day. That's 9 jobs a day. That's 9 different times the truck is going to call me to total up, right? These guys aren't settling up on their own. No. Why? I need to know everything that's going on. You got to punch in. The punch clock was a text. That was the start. When you finish, you send a text, you call. All the billing is done on my end. So now you got 3 trucks doing 9 moves, 3 moves a truck. So that means I'm going to get 9 calls that day. I'm going to get 18 text messages, standard. I'm going to get 9 calls where I have to look at those text messages. You punched in at this, you punched out at that. I'm tallying up how the customer paying. Some of these jobs you seen, they pay credit. Okay, you near the customer, you got the card. I'm running the card number manually. Back then, this is 2012, I was an early adopter of Square. I would take the little square little thing with it had the RF, whatever that little thing, pin it into where you put the headphones in, right? But obviously I'm not there. I could trust them to do it. I ain't trusting nobody to do nothing with my money. You dig what I'm saying? The cash guys, that's one thing, but the credit, they got to call everything in. So now when they call it in, I log into Square back then, I'm punching the numbers in manually. I'm prorating the shit. I'm punching the numbers in manually. So every job, they got to call it in. Even if I'm on a truck, I still have to close out the other jobs. So I just don't know where, a person would find the time. I can't even sit here to begin to try to figure it out. If you're going to build a business and you're going to get to a certain point, I just don't see when you're going. Now, if you got one truck and you're doing it on the weekend, that's one thing. But if you're looking to build, I just don't see it, bro. This is an all day, half the night sometimes business. If you want to do it and work your job, I would recommend maybe just starting out on the weekend. That's what I would recommend. Maybe just start on the weekend. Seeing where it goes from there. But yeah. Being at work, imagine being at work, got 3 trucks out calling you. And guess what? Those are the calls that you were expecting, right? You got to still deal with the unforeseen situations. Hey, Mark, the customer ain't got the elevator. Hey, Mark, the customer want to talk to you, man. We nicked the wall. Hey, Mark, I don't know, the customer ain't got the key. It could be anything, man. There's so many different situations that I've come across, so you're going to get them calls too. Or, hey, Mark, man, this job going to take a lot longer than what you probably thought. So I don't know what you want to do with the third job, man. We probably ain't going to make that job. What you mean? Man, this job probably about 8-9 hours, bro. I've had them calls too. For real? He said, hell yeah, boy. We ain't going to make that third job. We probably ain't going to leave here. It could be 2:00. I'm getting this call. Said, we ain't going to, this is an easy 8-9 hour job. We probably ain't going to be done with this job till about 10, 11 at night. We ain't going to get to that third job. So now I got to brainstorm. I got 2 other trucks. Now I got to see where they at with it. That third job that they had, it's got to go on one of these trucks. So now I got to kick into problem solving mode. And that's something I haven't talked about in a long time. And I used to talk about it. And, your main thing, one of the main things you're dealing with as a business owner is problem solving. What I realize, a lot of people can't solve problems. And I don't really talk about it a lot because I see a lot of people are emotional and they in their feelings. So, like, the more y'all do emotional shit when y'all call in and shit, I swear to God, the more it pushes me away, and I just spend more time in the Discord, and I take, because I can't deal with this soft ass emotional shit, bro. I just can't, bro. I ain't built like that. But problem solving, bro. In a situation like that, when I get one of them calls, Mark, we ain't gonna make that job, I'm finna force one of them trucks to do it. So first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use the process of elimination. I'm gonna see which two trucks, who's where and where are they at. Boom. Where y'all at with it? Y'all at the unload? Yeah. So we just got the last job. Yeah, that last job was studio. I ain't telling them nothing yet. Find out where the other truck is at. All right, so Bo, it's look like likely that last truck 3, they last job is a third floor to a third floor. So it's a wrap. So now I we kicked in, problem solve. I use the process of elimination. They on this truck 2 is on a second job, and they said they only got a few items left, and they finna be calling back to close that job out. And then their third job is a studio. That's a won't bam, thank you, man. Whoop. Truck 3, they on their second job, but they still loading. They still got to go to the unload, and they still got their third job, which is a third to a third. I'm problem solving. So now, problem solving, I'm also using process of elimination. Truck 3 is out. Ain't no way I can add another move on them. So it's truck 2. So now I'm finna lean on truck 2. Yo, I got another one. I need y'all to do it, man. Dre and them called up. They ain't gonna make their third move. Y'all got a studio. Man, Mark, look. I need y'all to do it, because if the shoe was on the other foot, y'all would want somebody to bail y'all out. Dre and them gonna be on the job. They just got there. It's just not a job. It's either we messed up or the customer lied. That's beyond the point right now. They ain't gonna make their third move. Y'all gonna be done with y'all third move by 6 o'clock. I need y'all to go do this third move. It's a 1-bedroom. It's a first floor to a first floor. Y'all gonna knock it out in 2 hours. Knock that shit out. Click. Now, knowing me, like they know me, that move gonna get done. It's gonna get done. 1, because I want that money. I want that money. And 2, I can't leave a customer hanging on moving day. Especially if it's a critical time of the month, first of the month, last of the month. I don't want no bad review. Somebody, man, the movers canceled on me. This is probably one of the most things you'll see when you go read reviews to moving companies. You're going to see one of a few things. They were late, they broke something, or they didn't show up at all. Not showing up at all could be a no call, no show, or a last minute. They called the day of the move and cancel. That happens notoriously in the moving industry, especially like on the first or the last day of the month. I've had customers crying to me, literally call crying, because they movers canceled on them. And I might have been the 10th, 15th mover that they called that day after they got that cancel, and everybody's telling them the same thing. They're booked, we're booked. But here's what I'm going to do. I might ask one of my crews if they're willing to do an extra move, but it's going to cost you. Why? Because each one of my trucks is working all day. So if you're willing to pay a premium, I can probably accommodate you. 98% of them are going to say yeah. Premium is going to determine on what the logistics of what they're telling me. I'm going to call my crew. I'm going to pay them handsomely because I'm charging the customer exorbitantly. And I'm going to pre-warn the customer. Look, we're going to help you out. You're going to pay a premium, but just mind you, this truck ain't probably going to get to you probably sometime between 9 and 11 o'clock tonight. Well, that's fine. I just as long as they get here, I got to be out. Okay. 1 disclaimer. Disclaimer 2. These guys are going to do 3 moves prior to you. So they're going to be a little disheveled. They're going to be fatigued. You're not getting 8 a.m. guys. You're getting guys that have done 3 moves. So I'm just forewarning you. I don't want like no bad reviews. I'm charging you a premium because I have to incentivize them to even come do it. You have to incentivize me because now I got a truck that's going to not be coming back until after midnight, and I have to stay woke and available for that truck. And you're not going to get an efficient move. So as long as you're okay with that, then we can proceed forward. So what I'm doing is I'm articulating and I'm being transparent with the customer so there's no hiccups. So now you have a choice. What do you want to do? Because really you don't have any options. And when I say, yo, you're not going to get an efficient move, meaning you're not going to get 3 guys fresh legs, fresh arms, like 7 a.m. You got 3 guys that might have did 2/3 to thirds. And they might have had the third move might have been a very taxing job. They're getting to you at 10 o'clock at night. These guys have been out 6, 7 this morning. They book it. Everything is all right. But I'm being up for it. I'm being transparent and upfront. Because guess what? All this person knows is they got left hanging and they need somebody. For all we know, it don't matter. I appreciate you coming, but they not thinking, well, it is 10 o'clock at night. Well, man, they probably have. They don't know that. They don't know the inner workings of the moving business and the schedule. And for all they could think, we just going to send some guys out at 10 o'clock that's going to come into work at 8:39, pick up a truck and drive to them. They don't know. So that's why you have to be transparent with them. Some of these people are oblivious. They'll still go and write a review. You could do them a favor and they'll go, well, the guys seem like they were tired. Fuck it, it's 11 o'clock at night. That's why you have to be transparent with them. The line is open. I'm setting the call, man. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Y'all gotta call the number, bro. The reason why you gotta call the number is because 1, it's easier to have a conversation. And 2, some of the questions that you have, in the way we go through it, there's other people that are in your same position that could benefit from it. So that way I don't have to recycle this content or these talking points more often. I don't know. Somebody need to call up because guess what? This is the last show of the week, bro. I ain't coming back until I don't even know when I'm coming back next week. So maybe Monday if I'm back. If not, maybe Tuesday. But this is definitely the last show of this week for sure. So you're going to call. Phone number is on the screen, bro. The real Dave. I ain't seen Dave in a minute. Dave told me I was a bragger last year. He said, man, you're a bragger. He said, you're a bragger. I'm like, what the hell is a bragger, Dave? But Dave cool, though. He cool. Dave, you still mad at me? Dave said, man, you're a bragger. Oh, God, Lord have mercy. If you're in a market, smaller market, population 200,000 people, how do you go about marketing yourself when Thumbtack isn't active, or should I? How do you know it's not active? Are you saying it's not active because you don't see many people on there? That could be a benefit to you. That means you could monopolize whatever jobs are on there. Maybe it's just not a lot of people in your market doing this type of work, but there's a demand for it. Have you tested it? I think you should go on Thumbtack and test the market on Thumbtack. I think you should go on Craigslist. In today's time, you probably want to create a Facebook page. You definitely want to create a website. You probably want to create little funny TikToks. You know what I'm saying? Like, especially if you're younger, that's what y'all got to do. Get you a little TikTok jingle. You know what I'm saying? It's a little Instagram jingle or something. But you do need Thumbtack. You do probably want to go on Craigslist because Craigslist is going to put you in front of the specific type of customer that I think you should go in front of, which is a good way for you to learn at a fraction of the cost. So you don't have to pay that cost of the learning curve as far as damages and claims and stuff like that. Isn't really active, or should I move to a bigger market? I got $40. You got $40. What are you talking? What? What do you mean you got $40? When you say $40, you talking about 40 thou wow, or you talking about $40? You talking about 40 thou wow or $40? You talking about 40 on the nightstand, 40 for the funky beat, or you talking or you talking about 40 thou wow, pimp? It's a different 40, bro. You talking a big mark, so I understand all the 40. You talking about a 40? You talking about a 40 or you talking about a 40? Let me know which 40 you talking about. It's 3 types of 40. And just tell me 40 and I'm gonna know which one you talking about. Cause it's 3 different types of 40s. You dig? Which 40 you talking about? Matter of fact, I just thought of another 40. And that one cold. But it ain't the 90s no more. So I know you ain't talking about that one. You dig what I'm saying? So which 40 you talking about, pimp? I'm using a process elimination. It can only be 2. You either talking about a 40-piece nugget, which is equivalent to like what you would leave a Brenard on the nightstand, or you talking about a 40 thou wow? Which one you talking about, pimp? I run on the weekends. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, turn on post notifications. Man, Dave, what you gonna do, pimp, man? You gonna call up or what, man? Don't be scary, man. Don't be scary, man. I know Dave like to call in on the link, bro. You want me to drop the link for you, Dave? I'll drop the link for Dave. Dave like to call. Dave want to be on the big screen. I know what Dave want. There go the link for you, Dave. You can call on the link. There go the link for you, Dave. Dave like to show us his truck and shit. There you go, Dave. What time is it, pimp? All right. We always do it two resets, so we're gonna do one more. If don't nobody call, I'm gone. I ain't talked to Dave in like a year. It's probably been like a year since I talked to Dave. Dave was a young buck. He thought he could try to challenge Big Mark. Well, I forgot what happened, but it was it was something happened. Something happened. I pissed Dave off somewhere, but you know, you still watch. I pissed Dave off somewhere. I don't even remember what it was, bro. I don't be remembering shit, bro, that don't be like really don't be meaning nothing. All I remember is Dave was mad. Dave came on the live stream. Dave couldn't really articulate why he was really mad at me and shit. I think it was just his feelings. I think I told him some truths and it just hurt a little bit. You understand what I'm saying? These young boys, I think they like 22, 23. Y'all young boys today, man, y'all got to get that about you, bro. Got to get that about you, man. I'm going to help you I'm helping these young boys get about. We was in a Discord. We had to have an intervention last night with a young boy in the Discord. All the OGs in the Discord, we had to J down on a young boy. He just couldn't get it. He in here now. He just didn't understand what he did. So we had to really J down. That's why the Discord is a tight-knit community, like a family, and it's really like last night talking to the young man. I didn't say it, but I'm like, yo, this is really a good place for young people, just outside of business, because the conversation last night, as it pertained to where we were mentoring him at, was more on morals and principles and ethics, and he had a hard time understanding it, but hopefully we got through to him. It was business, but more so, because he did something, and we were really trying to explain to him like what he did was wrong, which he didn't understand, and why you shouldn't do it, and how you should carry yourself. And yeah, that's why the Discord is important. Um, he was in his feelings too. And that's why I be trying to get that soft shit up out you, get it up out your heart, bro. Yeah, Dave was in his feelings last year too. Dave, you gonna call up or what? You got another minute and 50. I'm gone. I mean it too. Mm. Oh man. $99 couch delivery. Is that flat, or what are the ads we can offer? That's just for a person who moving a couch. Believe it or not, you're gonna have a lot of people. I don't know what market you're in, but believe it or not, there's people that just want a couch move or want a mattress and box spring move. 9 times out of 10, this is something that they also bought on a marketplace, a Facebook marketplace, OfferUp, Let Go, Craigslist. So they're looking for a cheap solution on getting that item moved. In my market, there's a lot of people that buy used sofas. You can go on Craigslist Chicago and just type in sofa, and there's a bunch of sofas listed. And they need a solution. Not everybody has a buddy. Not everybody is willing to go. Think about it. To go rent a U-Haul van, $19.99 taxed, $8 for the insurance, replacing the fuel, which probably ain't gonna be much. Getting a buddy, asking somebody for help, that still is probably gonna cost you, after you rent it, taxes, insurance, $8. Replacing the fuel, you probably pay like $40. Say $40. You still got to add the labor aspect into it. The time to go pick up the truck, dealing at U-Haul, putting the gas back in, returning the vehicle, and actually doing the physical labor from point A to point B. For $60 more, you can just get it all inclusive. 2 guys, the material, the know-how, the truck, be done with it. So, hello.
Hey, Mark, how you doing?
How you doing? Good, how are you?
Good, good. My name's Sam. I was checking out your stream right now, and I had a question. You mentioned the 60-day locked-in Penske rental.
Yeah.
Can you elaborate more on that?
So Penske, they have what's a 60-day lock-in. So when you go and you talk to your Penske rep, they'll give you like a 60-day price lock-in. You sign, and for 60 days, you can't ask for an increase, nor will they go up or increase. You can't ask for a decrease, or nor will they go up and increase on you. So you're locking in that rate for 60 days, and you just sign off on it.
Okay. As far as do they have like insurance requirements?
So yeah, you can pay. Are you licensed, or what are you doing?
No, I'm under the table.
You could just pay their insurance. So back then, I was paying 5 and 5. I was paying 5 for the supplemental, 5 for the liability. Actually, I was just talking to somebody in my Discord from Chicago yesterday. Now it's like 10, and I think he's paying 10 and 10 or 15 and 15. And
That's a day or
that's a
weekly?
day. Yeah, it's a day.
Okay.
It's a day.
Okay, that's good. When you bought your first truck, like your first 16-footer, was it the like standard U-Haul height truck, or was it a higher?
So they're all my 16-footers were all 11 feet. Mine were budget builds, so Morgan boxes, 11 feet height. So regular, not dock height bumper, but not the low bumper like U-Haul. I was a U-Haul dealer, so all U-Haul boxes are built for household good moving in mind. That's why bumpers are built low where you can just literally step up. So no, all the used box trucks I bought them from a truck dealer who bought trucks from the budget. He would go to wherever those budget auctions were at that time. So all my trucks.
Oh, okay. So they weren't dock high, but they were higher than typical U-Haul ones.
Yeah, U-Haul trucks are built that low step bumper with a household do-it-yourself customer in mind, so they can just literally step right up into the truck.
Yeah, that's how I've been doing it. Is just like, I know you posted the video with, I don't remember his name, but I remember from the first live he was on, you called him the bed bug guy because he moved dudes with bed bugs and stuff. And I've been doing U-Haul rentals for all my moves. Like I don't have the volume. He's in Chicago. I don't really have that big of a volume. I'm in Southern California, but I'm kind of restricted on as far as like time. So and my budget too. Inland Empire, Riverside, kind of like hour 10 from Orange County, hour and a half from LA.
You said because of your budget? What do you mean?
Well, like the Thumbtack budget, I watched this whole live stream today, and you mentioned, you got to hit it unlimited because you run out of budget like before Wednesday, which is true. That's what I've been going through. I have a $200 budget for leads.
So I'm gonna give you a hack then.
Okay.
I'm giving you too much sauce. Don't turn your budget on until Thursday.
Okay.
So
So when everyone else gets weeded out, like you said.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I mean, and Thursday, turn it on, and then are you able to pull up my Thumbtack? I don't know if you can, huh?
What's the name of your business?
Hold on, let me since I don't think you'll be able to see it because I'm already maxed out.
Oh, you're maxed out? Then yeah, it's not gonna pop up.
Yeah. I mean, I can raise it, but I've already raised it. Like I did all of mine on Monday. Like I maxed it out on Monday. I raised it again yesterday because I booked 5 out of the 6 leads I got, and then I was like, well, let's keep going. So I raised it again, and then it filled up this morning again. So the only option it's giving me for budget is to switch it to unlimited. I can't put another custom.
How many jobs did you close?
Let me see. Let me pull up my calendar.
And how many leads did you get over the last 3 days? 3 days then.
I got 5 leads. 3 of them were for April. They were just one was for May. 2 were for April. 1 was for May. And beginning of May, 2 in end of April, and then I got 2 for this week, which was actually a father and a daughter. Like the daughter hired me, and then the dad hired me. Like I guess I'm moving him out of his place, and then I'm moving her into his.
Sounds like something I always talk about.
Yeah. Well, she referred me to him.
Yeah.
But so that was like a free lead, and then the 6th one was just like, I mean, I called, text last night, nothing, and then like a ghost lead, and then I called again today and texted, and you get those.
So how many leads? So how many leads total did you get?
I got 6 this week.
And how many did you close?
5. The 5th one though is not I don't have a set date. She said, "Oh, I'm still looking for the house, but I want to,
So let's
she's asking me all these.
do what? And how much did you spend so far for the 6?
175.
So 175, right?
Yeah.
for the total cost of 6 leads, and you close 4. So basically, you're paying $43.75 for custom rack.
Yeah. And all 4 were 2 bedrooms, and those pay. I mean, like you said, one of those will pay for all this.
Right. So I think that's good. Even if you don't, even if the 5th one doesn't come back, you're good. Like, this is great numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Right now, you're.
Well, I mean, I got a lot of sauce from your lives, like
I appreciate it.
especially with the bed bugs guy. Like, I mean, when you went over that whole video was a gem, just because you like it made me go write a script, and I follow the script like when I'm on call, when I get calls. But
Mhm.
what I want like is what he has, where and what you had like is just a dense population. You could just have a truck running, but
Move to Chicago. Move to New York.
yeah,
But
I would. I mean, I'd rather move to like San Diego from where I'm at. I'm still in Southern. I have a big population like in my area.
right,
Like,
you got LA. Well, go to LA.
I can't. That's the thing. Like, I feel like I'm a rare case
What do you mean?
because I got kids, like, but I'm a single dad, so it's like they don't even stay with their mom. Like, they with me 100% of the time. Like,
Mm.
so I take them in the morning to daycare. I drop them off at 8. Like, if I have an early job, I'll take them morning to daycare
Mhm.
at 8 in the morning, and then they can stay there till 5:30. I mean, I got a sister every now and then she can pick them up, but if I got like 2-3 jobs in a day, like, I'm gonna do what I can. Like, I'm gonna have my sis pick them up, or I'll pay the daycare lady. I've been with her for like 2 years since they were like 1.5. No, since they were 2. They've been at that daycare, so they love her. They're like,
You got twins?
yeah, daughters. They're about to be 4 in July.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah,
Um,
and I mean, I had always wanted to. I have a CDL, so I was since 2022. I got in at I always joke, I got in at the worst time. Like, I heard all the good stuff going, and the second I got my CDL is when everything went to shit, like race wise, but or back to normal, as my dad would say. And then and that's when I got my kids full time, it was like I can't do CDL no more, so I just pivoted into moving, which I had already been watching your content since 22.
Oh, okay, cool. Appreciate that.
Yeah, watching the store, and I had always been I used to tell my mom, I was like, man, this might have to do this moving thing, but on content wise. But hold on, I got another question about the trucks,
Mm-hmm.
because I've got like 8K saved up,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm not trying to spend more than. Really, I want to be under 7, like to buy a 16-footer, like an old one. That way, I got money for repairs and stuff. I don't want to have no finance option.
I would definitely 16-footer. I wouldn't finance it. Definitely cash. I mean, every single 16-footer I've ever owned, I paid cash for it. It was a lot of them. All of them I bought cash. So, I mean, you can get a 16-footer probably under 10 grand. You don't have to get a new one. You don't have to get one that's 10 years old. Listen, my 2 trophy trucks, I mean, they're still fine. No, those both are 05s.
What are they? What brand?
They're GMC Savannah 3500 box truck cutaways.
Mm-hmm. Those are the 16.
4.8 Vortec.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Definitely look at those. I've seen those. That's the one I've been looking at a lot of GMC Savannahs, the cutaways. Like, they have a lot. I mean, they're cheap out here. Just a lot on Facebook Marketplace. I just need to find a mechanic when I am ready to buy. I'm not gonna.
So the beautiful thing is, you don't even got to find for those. You don't even got to find a diesel mechanic, as long as you can find a shop where they can fit in the bay. It's nothing but a cutaway, just a box built on the back of the chassis. So, I mean, it's a 4.8 Vortex. So,
yeah, that's true. That's right. It's not diesel. You're right.
Yeah. You can find one
Okay.
probably for 7-8 grand, maybe less. I don't know, maybe 6. You could go get a U-Haul truck if you want to get started with a 16.
I saw on the U-Haul as a site where, you know, they redirect you to third party sites, and they're like, you know, this is pretty much the old equipment they sold and it's in decent condition, but they kind of taxing on those, I think.
Yeah, they
like,
are taxed.
for us.
And U-Haul, I know a lot about U-Haul. I was a dealer for a long time. They keep their trucks in their rotation for many, many years, 15, 20 years. Like you go, wow.
Wait,
Go ahead.
sorry. So I had a question about that. Like, you were a U-Haul dealer, South Side. Now, does U-Haul? Cause I've gone to like a million different U-Hauls because I just go all over Southern California, wherever the job is. I'll book the U-Haul right next to it. And do the U-Haul dealers, like, are you just store their trucks and offer them services, or do the U-Haul like dealership there, do they buy their own trucks and then U-Haul
The way
pay
it
for
works
the?
is if you have space, you got parking space.
Mhm.
They'll either poach you or you can apply. I was kind of grandfathered because my landlord, you know, that was there, he was a dealer, and then when he got tired of it, the area field manager offered. Well, he asked me would I be willing, but he knew it would be kind of difficult to approve it because we were moving in final mile company. U-Haul is very, very strict because their argument, which was their argument with the I don't want to dox his name because I know him. My brother is corporate now. They're with the
Stacks Corporate?
the VP. So every marketing company has a VP. So like here in Chicago, you got like 757, 759. So certain area be like a marketing company. So let's say 757, that may be 71st. I'm trying to think all you all 71st, 95th off of King Drive. Okay, whatever are in this marketing company. Every marketing company has a VP. Every marketing company has an AFM, an area field manager. So what the VP was saying, like, what's going to stop him from just telling the customers don't rent the U-Haul, just hire us to move. And what I told him, bro, we don't move people in this area. They ain't gonna pay us to move because they gonna pay U-Haul. They gonna get four of them and man to help them. They ain't gonna pay $100 and some an hour, and I don't want to move them anyway. The VP, that marketing company was black, and he said, "All right, give it to him." And I got a warehouse on 7 acres of land, so they gave me as many trucks as I could take. So I had a fleet of 10-footers, 15-footers, 26-footers, 17-footers, all local, in towns. And then so you got with U-Haul, you got in towns and you got one way. So the in towns are the trucks that are owned by that marketing company. So every marketing company with U-Haul owns their own equipment. Every state is its own LLC. Have the one ways, which are owned by U-Haul corporate. Those are the trucks like if you're moving from, let's say, to Chicago to Riverside, California, they would put that rental on a one-way truck, not a local truck that's owned by a local marketing company. So they would have to source a one-way truck, a 10-footer, a 15-footer, 26-footer, depending on the size of the move and what you request, which is owned by the corporate company to go one way. Now, the way it works with dealers versus corporate U-Haul stores, obviously you can tell a corporate U-Haul store versus a dealer, a corporate U-Haul store, it's going to look corporate, right? It's going to be like a station or this moving company that has U-Hauls, and the way they do it, they pay you 15% of the cost of the rental. So rental's $40 all in, you get 15% of that. You can sell U-Haul products to make extra money, boxes and shit like that. One ways pay a little bit more. I forget. I think I was getting 20% or 30% on the one ways, and obviously dollies and add-ons. You get an extra percentage for add-ons, and then you can make more money if you're a location that does hookup. So because we're a trucking company and I got a warehouse and I got the space, we did all the hookups. None of the other dealers in my market did hookups. So if you rent it, so Tony, which was my area field manager at the time, actually he moved to Phoenix. He's working at U-Haul corporate out in Phoenix. All the inbound trailers, people moving from wherever to Chicago that landed in his marketing company, he would route those trailers, whether they're auto transporters, tow dollies, RVs, 6x12s, AVs, 4x8s, to my location, because we would physically go out, do the unhook, and stage it, and then when people would rent, we would hook them up. We would charge a fee to put your car on the auto transporter. So that's how that U-Haul allows you to get your extra money on, because I'm charging you a fee. Yeah, you rent a truck, you moving one way, a 26-footer, and you want auto transport. All right, we're going to hook it up. Go load the truck first, and then once you load the truck, come back. Then we'll hook it up. We'll drive it. We'll chain the wheels down, and I'll charge you $50.
You making money off the extras, huh?
We making money off the extras, but the main reason why I did that, I know you've been watching my content. I always say, you know, a lot of people depend on me from the neighborhood. 100% of the income, 15% isn't a lot. The most I've ever made as far as a settlement from U-Haul, and we were the biggest dealer on the South side, because I had the space to house a lot of trucks. The more trucks, the more inbound rental reservations you can get. The reason why I did it was because, one, it provided another opportunity. My brother pretty much did it when he was in the office, and I was able to give him that additional revenue on top of the money that he was already getting paid for the company. So when people would come and do the reservations, then he would do the reservations, he would do the walk around, and then pretty much all the money just went to him on top of whatever I was paying him already. It wasn't enough to profit from. It's only 15%. So, and we were doing a lot of rentals. Right? That year, the first year we did it, we did $250,000. You know what I'm saying? Which is a lot, but I only got 15% of that. But $250,000 rentals, and these are, you talking about a rental, we in the hood, and these ain't $100 rentals. These is your most.
They're priced differently, right?
$40 on average, 40 to $60. You know, so the reason I was able to do a lot of rentals was because I was structured. My 10-footer, end of the month, like last week of the month, first of the month, you can't get my 10-footers all day. Ain't no 24-hour rentals on my 10-footers. In it for 4 hours. It's a 10-footer, man. Go do what you got to do and bring it back. I'm turning my 10-footers over 3 times a day. 15-footer, I'm giving you 6 hours. 26-footer, you can have it all day. 20-footer, it's a one-way truck. There's no marketing company owns a 20-footer. That's a one-way truck. So we leaving that open because we don't want to put that on a rental, especially end of the month, because we might get a $6,000 rental for that going to California.
Yeah, somebody might need the one-way.
So now I'm getting 20-30% off the one-way, off of $5,000 or $6,000. You see what I'm saying? So you know how to get it when the getting is going, and then we getting all the trailers. Only us and U-Haul corporate on 71st with Stoney was doing the trailers because none of the dealers wanted to do the hookups. So now we doing the trailers, we getting the bonus on that, but then we charging customers, man, how you hook this thing up? Man, go ahead and take the truck, go load it. We close at 5. If you can't make it back today, come back tomorrow. If you load the truck up, bring it back. We'll hook the trailer up, right? Chain it up. We'll pull the car on top, and we'll strap the car down and shit like that. How much for that? $100. So, yeah. So that was a way for me to make extra money, bring extra revenue into the company, to add, to keep some extra people employed, and give my brother a little bonus on top of what I was already paying him. To be honest with you, it was more of a nuisance than it was a benefit. I never made any money from it to the company. And the type of people in my community that's renting U-Hauls, like on a time like this, last day of the month, first day of the month, it's a line out the door. You got ignorant motherfuckers who don't bring the truck back when they're supposed to. Person who was supposed to drop the truck off overnight, you there in the morning, people already waiting. They got a reservation, the truck ain't here, but they think it's your fault. So now you gotta. I'm in the hood.
And I'm sure they got mad at. I'm sure
They get
caused problems too when you had to charge them when they kept it too long.
Well, the person who didn't bring it back, we automatically charge them $50. But
Yeah.
you're dealing with a belligerent, angry customer who got man, and they come to rent a truck. They whole squad with them is six man out there to pick up one truck.
Mhm.
So now when you telling them at 8 a.m. you ain't got the truck, they not thinking that the truck didn't come out. It's your fault. So now
Yeah.
all type of bitch ass this, I'll blow this bitch up, all this type of shit, and you gotta, bro, it ain't explaining to them if the truck ain't here, like what you want me to do. But you gotta deal with that. You gotta get aggressive. You gotta I don't even want to talk about it, bro. But
No, it sounds like a headache. I get your
so
drift on that. It does sound like a headache.
yeah, it was a headache in my community, but it was more like I would never do it again. That much.
In your community or in general?
In my community, I'm from the east side of Chicago.
No, I meant like you wouldn't do it again in your community or just in general, like any market.
I wouldn't do it again in any market. The only reason I did it was because it provided more opportunity to keep more
to give back to your people.
Right. I'm just at this point in my life now where I got a lot of patience to talk to like young people and try to get them to understand cost. But the shit that I've went through in the field and through my come up through my 30s to like, I don't have that patience no more.
Yeah.
I was in the grind to get to this point. I'm at this point now, but I wouldn't entertain what I entertained at that point in my life to get to this point now. Anything that I do now is very minimal people.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to deal with like customers, like consumers like that. I don't want to deal with employees of that magnitude anymore. You know, so but
yeah,
again,
you used up all your patience in the early years already.
Well, yeah, it was a lot of things that I fought through to get to this point of peace, and I just don't have that I just don't have that type of patience to deal with pulling out guns because of a U-Haul truck. That clearly the truck, we rent trucks. If you had a schedule, the truck was supposed to come back overnight. Key's supposed to be in the box, and the truck isn't here. Like, you want to blow my place up, baby? I'll blow.
You want to crash out over a temporary.
You want to crash out with something that you know? I just, bro, like I've dealt with ignorance. I've dealt with a lot.
Yep.
You know, like I just at this point in life, I'm by the grace of God, I've went through that part of my business journey, and by the grace of God, I'm beyond that point. I would never do no shit like that. If I wanted to help people out in the community now, it would be in different ways.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, you're doing it now, bro. Like, I'm young. I'm not that young, but but your content's helped a lot, like a lot for me for sure. Cause I'm still new. I'm still new. I'm charging. I'm charging 90 an hour for two guys, and I'm ready to drop that price if I even get any type of like hesitation or I want to look at another. You know, I want to get more numbers elsewhere. I'm willing to drop it just to get the job, like you said. You know, it's volume.
Yeah,
it's still a good margin.
And here's the thing, and you know, I get, you know, people get mad at me when I say like the cheap freight. There's no such thing and all that. And I know some people get mad.
There isn't. You're right.
But it's ignorance, and that's why I kind of like steer away from it, because when people get mad, they just really don't understand business. And this is why I love my Discord. We were having a conversation in the Discord the other day. There's a guy from Chicago, and he's in moving here, but he also does junk removal. And there's a company out here that he's kind of battling back and forth. And that company, one of the contracts that he has for his junk removal, because he does all the storage facilities. There's a company called Red's Hauling out here, and one of the companies Red went to and said, "Well, I'll do you 2 months for free if you give us the contract." And that's why I say, yo, it's people out here that operate at a loss just to get you out the way. People get mad at me when I say it. I say it because
Yeah.
I've done that type of shit. I would do the same thing.
Mhm.
If I got resources and it's a contract I want, and I know you lack resources and we're going, I'll just let us get it. I'll do it for 3 months for free. I'll operate at a
Yeah.
get the contract and get you up out the way. When I tell people this, they get mad. And I just be like, bro, there's no such thing, bro, because there's always somebody that's willing to go above and beyond to get it. They'll operate at a loss. I've operated at a loss to get people up out the way.
I just think a lot of people don't really like when people know the word, they use it all the time, like capitalism, but they don't understand like that is like the definition of a capitalism. That's a tactic, you know. You're trying to squeeze the market, get them out, then raise the rates
Exactly.
to what you want, where you can profit.
Or to just get the contract in general. If it's two people, like in this situation, it's me or you, and you're underbidding me, let's say by 10, 15%, I might say, well, we'll run for a quarter for free.
Yeah. And that's where you talk. I mean, and they have it a war chest too, like you always, be preaching out here. Is you have a war chest. It's you can run at a loss, but if you know in the long run you're gonna get this guy out the way, then I mean, what's 3 months versus the whole next year? You're not competing with him.
I did the Container Store for free. I always talk about it for this guy Tyler. I just helped keep him off the street. He's no longer with us, but I remember I just used to just do that at a loss, give him 100% of the revenue. But guess what? They would give me that because I'm operating it for $11 a stop. Yeah, it's a multitude of stops, but there's people in the chat right now, they're probably looking, but that's why I'm here. You see what I'm saying? I got money that I'm making over there where my margins are good. I'm doing a good deed because I know what happened eventually. I'm doing anything to still keep him here. And I'm willing to take that L. I'm squeezing this person out. I'm taking the L to keep him occupied. And I'm okay with that. You know what I'm saying? I will do exactly what the example that buddy in my Discord gave. If there's a contract on the line, I will absolutely positively do my best to squeeze you out. Run at a loss, do it for free for a certain period of time. That's just business. But this is why people go and evolve, and this is why people are just saying there's no such thing as cheap freight, or I ain't finna be out here working for free. And listen, this is business. You competing, so compete.
I know. You mind if I ask you a couple like moving questions specifically? Like I'm new. I've only had 50 hires on Thumbtack, and I kind of basically started this year. How did you learn how to rap? I mean, I spent like nights looking at every YouTube video I could find just on different ways to rap stuff and seeing what I like, what worked best. How'd you learn? You didn't have that back then. Was it through your first guy? What's his name?
Aaron.
Aaron.
Just repetitive, just doing it every day, multiple times. I mean, every place you go in, you're rapping a multitude of different things. And then next time. So just over a period of just doing it in repetition. And then Aaron taught me. So, and that's how I learned to rap. I mean, rapping isn't really that hard. You know what I'm saying? It's just.
No, it's not. It's not. Some people do it where it's like they use tape only, or some people do the bands.
You know,
and I mean, I have all that. I have all those. Like, I mean, I started doing just the out band stuff. Like, instead of using all the tape on the top and on the bottom of the dresser, I would just use the band on the top just to keep it in place, and then just shrink wrap it with the 80 gauge. That's kind of what I've been doing. And I remember I was in the Discord, I want to say end of last year, because I did like my first like test jobs back in December. I think that's when I was in your Discord. And I posted a pack job on there, and I remember you commented on it, and you were like, yeah, bro, like it started out good, and then
that was you?
You just that was me, yeah. I don't know if you remember, but
I remember typing that, man. It looks like you started out with it or some way you lost.
It started off great, and in the end it was just like, bro, what the fuck is the back? Like
looked like you gave up. You got frustrated.
Yeah.
See, and that's what happens.
Yeah.
You can start with the boxes, you can build your wall, throw your mattress, your box spring up there. strap that in, then start doing your wall shit with your dressers, your boxy, square floor shit. But then what people start to get, I guess, confused and frustrated is when you get to dealing with your odds and your ends type stuff, things that tables that you can't take the legs off and things like that. And you just have to know
It's just awkward shape. Yeah.
right. You have to know how to utilize your space, and that's where you just see people just start piling shit up on top of each other, and that's just not right.
Yeah, that's what I did in the beginning, and then it was like after that, I was like, all right, well, and then there'd be customers where like I do the walkthrough when we get there.
Mhm.
I'm seeing everything. I'm getting the game plan, and then we damn near 75% done with all the stuff, and then they just start spawning boxes. Like they just like they have more
out
shit.
of all different cubby holes and attics and all.
Yeah. And then like, hold on, let me box this, or I got this item too, and I already done
That's
got all the boxes. I built the wall, and then I smack it in with the mattress. Like mattress is usually the last thing, and then
you put the mattress.
certain items that are awkward, I can fit in a certain crevices
Why do you
of
put
the
the
truck.
mattresses in last? Why do you put the mattresses in last?
It's not last. I don't put it last. I'm saying like all the boxes, all their dressers, like some of their tables that you can use as bases to stack boxes on top to support the wall.
I would put the
Then
box spring in up against the wall. It's
I'll be like to the side of the wall, or
if you got the wall here, mattress, box spring. If it's a king mattress on a 16-foot truck, let's say, and you got a wall, that king mattress is going to go from wall to wall. Boom. You put it right there. You got 2 twin box springs, 1 and 1 strap.
That's what I do. Yeah, that's what I do. I thought you were talking about like I'm gonna put it long ways.
No,
no, I thought that's what you were saying. No, I do it how you just said with the king. Yeah, with the king, exactly how you said it, wall to wall, and then the 2 box springs under it. They can go standing straight up. It takes half of the other half, and you put the other one right next to it, and you just smack it in with the ratchet.
Yeah. Then you can come with your dresser. Depending on the space. Eyeball flip, you could come cross. If you need to stand it up, bop, put it back, boom. You come with your chest, wop, nightstand, stack, wop. You might have room on the dresser, boom, night, wop, strap, wop.
Yeah.
Come in.
Yeah, it's crazy, bro. That's funny. That's very cool.
Curio cabinet, a little stand, wop, boom. Boom. Where my fillers at? Ooh, I got a little crevice up there. Ooh, you got some Ziploc bags. Whoa, sliding them in the top. Wow. Oh, you got
I got
stuffing that over there. Stuffing that over there.
Right. I have 2 helpers, man. They like these 2 church kids I got last year, and they've been, they've still been going strong, but I know they get tired because I use your terminology. I always tell them like I'm trying to teach one. He's better at, he's got more potential to be a better packer, and I mean I know he get annoyed because I always say what you say. I was like, bro, build the wall. Like it's just trying to drill that in. I would tell myself that, like, and I majority of the time I pack, but I'm trying to get him to start learning it too, just in case, that way I gotta go in because I don't like leaving them 2 inside, and I like to keep my eyes on everything while it's moving out. I don't want damages and stuff. And I ran into my first like damage, and she left a 1-star. She was pregnant. I don't even know why. She booked the job, and she was getting labor that day, and she had her sister in the apartment waiting for her. She was in the hospital, and she was, I don't know, she just wanted to keep it at 2 hours, right? She wanted to keep it. We were going from a second to another second, but then we also had a long carry at the unload. So we were going to go over 2 hours, and she didn't want any of it wrapped. She said, if it's going to take more than 2 hours, don't wrap it. But she had a lot of nice shit. So I made the judgment call. I said, look, man, I don't feel comfortable with this because she's not even here. And then she's pregnant, all these hormones and shit. She might just say, like, well, you damaged it. So I just told my guy, like, let's just wrap it. Like, I told the sister, she didn't care. She was on her phone the whole time. And I wrapped it, and we were taking the last couch down, and my helper, I don't know if he missed a step. I told him, I don't think he missed a step. I told him, like, set it down right there. because we gotta turn it and bring it back down the stairs. It was one of those staircases you go down and then there's a wall and you gotta flip it around, come back down the other way.
Mhm.
And he damaged like the wood. And I had charged her, I think, just under 4 hours, and she left a review the next day, 1 star,
Mhm.
saying, oh, they overcharged me, this, and then they damaged my stuff. And I'd always remembered your live streams, and I called her. I said, like, I'll refund you the whole job. And I think she was really shocked, and she said, no, just charge me for the 2 hours only. I guess, I don't know if she felt bad or she came to her, realized when she got home from the hospital, and she changed it to a 4-star. But
Mhm.
I remember my brother and my helper were telling me, like, just, why are you going to offer her the full? I'm like, bro, because it's not worth it. Like, that 1-star review is so detrimental. Like,
Mhm.
that's the difference between, like, 2 people, like, all these leads passing you up just because they see that.
Mhm. Especially when you don't
It
have
ain't worth it.
a lot of,
Yeah, and you knew, like you said, like, you only knew, so
1 star with
all you got is your reviews.
right. So yeah, you a 1 star is detrimental when you only got a few reviews versus hundreds or 1,000 reviews
Yeah.
that bad. But yeah, she was just because that's happened to me in the past. You got a person who is in their feelings, and they're
Mhm.
women or pregnant. I had I could be like, I've had a couple of times where we've never stolen anything, but there's times we're in a move where a person packs stuff and then they still haven't unpacked and they can't find
They don't know where it's at.
and they jump to
Yeah.
conclusions. This lady called my office for a full day, and I'm telling the lady, you're not unpacked. But she's steady calling. She's already written a review.
Mhm.
You can tell she's trying to refrain what she really wants to say. And
But she boiling.
I'm answering the phone for her. She's making her way to me. I'm at scale now. I'm in the office and everything. So lo and behold, this happened on 2 separate occasions. Lo and behold, I think it was later that day or the next day, after still unpacking, the conversation did get kind of not on my end, but she did, she got in her entitled moment. She didn't say anything racial, but there was some entitlement that was,
Mhm.
when she called back, she was in tears because she was embarrassed. She was embarrassed. She had made assumptions. She pretty much, the last conversation we had before she called back with this one to apologize, had said, yeah, the movers definitely stole and da 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 da. But I appreciate her calling back, but she was embarrassed because she had said some. They weren't harsh, they weren't bad, but she had, basically said these guys are thieves and so on and so forth. I never related to the guys because I just wanted to give her time, but shit like that happens, bro. You got some people that jump to conclusions. Some people that ain't even unpacked yet. Like in this case, this lady was emotional because she's pregnant. So, I mean, to be honest with you, that happens. But she did the right thing. She came back and gave you a 4-star review. So,
Yeah, I was happy. But either way, I was just. I mean, I don't know if Thumbtack lets you take off the reviews anymore, because I know I was trying to search it. I was searching on ChatGPT, and they were saying you can change it, but
I've never seen
you
it.
can't.
I've never seen a where you could change a review. Me personally.
Yeah, she did. She had changed it, so it was.
Oh, she changed it.
On there. Maybe
Yeah, you could change it. Yeah, a person.
no. I can't. Of course
A
not.
consumer can change their review. Yeah, they can go back and change the review.
I don't think they can take down the review, can they? Like, just
I don't
delete
know if
it?
they can take it down, but they definitely can change
Yeah,
it.
that's what I think. That's what it was saying, is that they can't technically take it down, but they can change it.
Yeah, they could definitely change it. So,
Mhm.
but yeah.
And you say you can pack 2 bedrooms into a 16-footer.
I have, yeah.
Yeah, see, I need it. Like, I've gotten a lot better.
Hold on, not every 2 bedroom.
Yeah, of
But
course, everyone's different.
but I've sent 16 footers for 2 bedrooms. You might want to send a 20, but I've
That's what I do. That's what I do because I'm still new, so I don't even like. I mean, at U-Haul, it's just a $10 difference, and some U-Hauls it's a different mileage rate, but most keep the same mileage rate from the 15s to the 20s. But I've been to ones where they charge like a 26-foot mileage rate.
Mhm. Yeah.
Whether it was like 139 out here and $1.09 for the 15.
Yeah, but most standard 2 bedrooms, you can fit in a 16-footer, but you have to know what you're doing as far as packing. I mean, if you're not a good packer, and based on what you told me from what you posted in the Discord, you might struggle
Mm-hmm.
2-bedroom in a 16-footer.
Well, I think I wouldn't say like obviously compared to the guys in the Discord, I don't think I'm close to them, but compared to where I was to now, like it's night and day. It's definitely night and day because it was just something I really focused on. Like I was like, I need to learn this because this is just gonna
Yeah.
save me headaches.
You're renting U-Haul. Some U-Haul trucks have a diagram on when you open the door
Yeah.
on the left or the right side on how to pack a truck. So you can follow that diagram as well because it's similar to how I would train you if I was
Oh, okay.
out with you.
Yeah, I even did I know U-Haul, like if you sign up for the mover help, where you can sign up through U-Haul to put your services on there.
Yep.
They make you take a whole little course thing, and it'll tell you how to, at least pack the containers, and it also has a course how to pack the trucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, the boxes. There you go. That's what it was.
Mm-hmm.
And then as far as pricing, so I mean, most jobs like I don't really go past 10 miles. So with my truck fee that I charge, I mean, I just kind of went off your blueprint. I don't have my own truck, but I charge 90 for 2, 100 for the truck and material fee, and then but it's just sometimes I'll get like those 33-mile jobs or.
So you're renting from U-Haul, so you're paying, depending on if you're renting during the week or during the weekend, somewhere between $1 and $1.49 a mile, probably, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it's $1.09 on the weekdays for the 16s, and then $1.39 on the weekends if it's a 16.
Okay, so I'm not a fan of U-Haul rentals for doing this because U-Haul's price structure is for household goods, not for commercial.
Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, you got to factor that in when you're booking a job. Once you talk to the customer and they're running everything by you, then you got to be calculating or.
Yeah, that's what that's.
If you have to, adjust your truck fee for occasions like this from maybe 100 to maybe 125 or 130.
That's what I've been doing. I've been doing 125, but I mean when they get far, like where it's 35, sometimes 40 miles, like I'll just eat it'll be 125. That's as big as I go with the truck
fee. $150 truck fee.
But then you got the fuel charge too. So
see, you got to calculate that all in. So you need to know whether you're renting a 16-footer. Okay, if you're renting a 16-footer, U-Haul is probably like a 2012 E350. You can go online and get the gas mileage, but adjust it because these trucks are old, and then it's going to be loaded, right? So you can pretty much do an estimate. Okay, how much is it going to cost to go from here, where I pick the truck up to point A to point B and back to where I drop it off? Okay, we got the miles. How much is that going to cost? And fuel estimate. Throw a little cherry on top to add for the vehicle has depreciated. It's not probably getting the good gas mile that it once did when it was new, and then on the way up there,
like an extra 5%.
It was right, so it was loaded. So you want to throw that on there, right? You want to throw obviously your material costs on there, and then the cost of the rental, including the insurance. Total that up. That comes to $125. I mean, you could charge $150. I mean, you're not really making money off the truck fee. Some you're gonna make
the labor.
an amount of money off a truck fee. Some you're not. But
Yeah.
you know, they're paying for the truck. You're making the money on the labor. This is another company that you've done that could potentially call you next year, refer you to a multitude of different people.
Hmm. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of what I've been doing is, as far as that, you always do say that, so I try to,
Yeah, the truck fee
like
is
my biggest thing, like when I do go on jobs is like one is damage. Like one, like we need to have no damage, like that's like the number one thing going through jobs, and then two is speed because I want this customer to be happy. Like
don't say speed. Don't
not speed, well, efficiency,
say efficiency. Yeah.
yeah, efficiency. That's number two for
Because
sure.
you could there's customers that expected 3 hours and the job
Hmm.
5, and they realized they were ignorant because they don't do this for a living. And the reason why they
Yeah.
realized that they were ignorant because they were thinking 3 and it took 5 because they saw that the whole 5 hours these guys hump, they're soaking wet from sweat, they're perspiring
Yep.
all over the place. Not one time did they stop and ask for water, not one time did they see them working. So they know that they underestimated and they know that this was efficient. So efficiency is the word, not speed, because you don't want to get in the habit of saying to your guy, and then they get to rushing, and then that's how mistakes happen, bro. So it's efficient, just a sense
Hmm.
of urgency. The shit that I would always tell my guys, and this is something that I learned from just having jobs and that were corporate, like Target and the Gap, sense of urgency. Yo, you need to walk like you have a sense of urgency, meaning, okay, you just brought something to the truck. Now you have a walk back to the building or the apartment or the house. Now isn't the time to go on your phone. Now isn't the time to
Hmm.
slow drag. Your hands are empty. I need you to be walking with a sense of urgency, because if I see it, the customer also sees it. No slow dragging. You don't have
Exactly.
to run.
Yeah.
You don't have to do a little gallop or a little skip, but just a nice sense of urgency, right? That's a good selling point to the customer, and it's also going to help your tip. You dig what I'm saying? So
Hmm.
it's just words that you use when you are, educating and training your guys, because they could misinterpret speed. I understood that you meant efficiency, but they
Hmm.
just think fast. You see what I'm saying? So be careful.
Yeah. Yeah.
Use words like efficiency. Say, hey, I need you to move with a sense of urgency, and then just explain what you
I,
mean.
what I tell them is, you know, I have used speed, so now that you told me, to change the verbiage, that's definitely going to start doing that. But
Mhm,
what I'll say is, I mean, one of my three guys, he was my first one actually.
mhm,
Never missed a job. He's a great guy, good kid, but he just 2 hours in the job. I could tell it's like, yeah, you're not cut for this long term. Like I don't see you.
mhm,
I see you going and getting a different job, which is fine. You helped me out in the beginning. I would appreciate him,
mhm,
but he slows down, and then he'd be walking back after we took the item to the truck, and it's just like a turtle, and he's tired too at the same
mhm.
time. But I have to tell him, I'm like, you can't, don't you can't be walking back like slow as hell. We still loading. You have to act like, I mean, these people damn near paying $100 an hour. Like if you paid somebody $100 an hour, you wouldn't want to see that.
Right, right.
And that's another example you gave on the stream, and it's kind of like the easiest way to explain it to him for me,
Mhm.
and he kind of gets it. But
Yeah, just a
I got two
word.
new guys now, so they're a little more urgent.
Mhm.
He's just not cut for it.
Yeah. And you're gonna come across guys like that. Obviously, you're still at the beginning phases, so if
Yeah.
God willing, you ever get to a point where you're at scale and you got 25, 30 guys where you can take a guy like that, and he and probably still keep him because you got enough going on where, okay, this is his weaknesses, this is his strengths. I can put him with this guy or these two guys because these are workhorses, but they can utilize him, like I said earlier, the mule boxes. You dig what I'm saying? Or
Yeah.
something
Yeah.
where
Exactly.
he still, because we need people. You know what I'm saying? So we can find something for him to do, but like in the early stages, like what you're in now, like if he serves no purpose and he's going to be more detrimental than he is good, then yeah, just get rid of him.
I pretty much did. I mean, he found a part-time job. He still tells me like I can work Fridays and Saturdays. In reality, I'm like, if I have a call off, like I mean, I got it's three, right? I got him. He's my first guy. He gave me his friend who he also goes to church with, and Titus, and he's great. Like,
Mhm.
strong, just fast, doesn't get tired. He's still young. He's just turned 20, so
Mhm.
little things I gotta polish him up on as far as like, he's never had a real job. Like this is his first job.
Mhm.
So he doesn't really understand how to act around customers, which is fine. And then I got like same guy my age, 31-year-old guy, felon, talks like a YN, like but he fucking works hard, He doesn't get tired like me, grown man strength. Like
That's
he
good,
just
man.
goes all day.
So you got to keep them.
Off.
So guys like that, you have to keep them busy or you're gonna lose them. So just kind of
Yeah,
when I talked
exactly.
to Aaron, I realized, but I had to work. But you gotta make sure you got to work because you got to keep these guys. In order to keep them, you got to keep them busy. You got to keep money coming in their pocket. As long as you keep money coming in their pocket, then you'll be good.
They're gonna come back.
And then
Exactly.
you just gotta.
And it's funny because he's like, I don't know Aaron. You say he had a drinking problem, but he's kind of the same way. Gets his money at the end of the day. He's like, drop me off at the liquor store.
Mhm.
I'm gonna next to the bus station. He's gonna grab himself a tall one. I don't really know specifically what he drinks, but that's his vice. And
Yeah.
I could tell there's a shelf life there because I'm like, bro doesn't even live anywhere. He's damn near homeless.
And see, that's the
I'm like,
thing.
oh, you.
That's the thing. These guys work hard to uh to fund the vices.
I was just about to meet their vices. Yeah, I was
Right.
just about to say that. Yeah.
So and it's just, and I like ever since I came to Utah, I've always been transparent with everything, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm not gonna never be the person to mislead nobody. So even with this, I'm telling you what type of people are going that do this type of work, telling people what you're gonna have to deal with. I know a lot of it sounds theatrical to people, but they're probably like middle Americans or something, bro. Like we didn't have to put hands on people. And like I said, it's not something I'm proud of, but you got people from a certain walk of life who don't understand business, who are battling demons. And even though they come to work and they're good workers, they certain aspects of business they don't understand, bro. It was a dude who broke a $50 window pane one time, bro. $50. And he know the rules, bro. You break it, you bought it. Granted, a lot of things people have damaged, I've covered the cost. One of my employees came up here and said it. Mark would threaten us, but he would cover a lot of shit. $50 window pane was something that was preventable, and it's only $50. You're paying for that shit. He thought he was exempt. He thought he was exempt. He wanted to go all the way there for $50, bro. And when I ain't gonna go where all the way there was, but we had to literally go all the way there for $50, bro. You know what I'm saying? And he lost his job because of it. And he was, once he realized, yo, I got you working every day. You're averaging about $100, $200 a day after tips for $50. Like, bro, it's straight because we literally like why are we on some street shit over $50, bro? You see what I'm saying? So you got people who got
crashing out over 50.
But it's not crashing out. It's a mentality of survival from coming from the street. You feel like a person is hoeing you or vicking you. And I'm trying to explain, yo, this ain't that. I'm not hoeing you. I'm not vicking you. I'm not treating you. But these are the rules. You know the rules. You break it. You bought it. You broke the fucking. So like, I'm supposed to pay for this shit. You could have. This was prevented. Nobody's hoeing you. This ain't the street, bro. This is business, bro. You gonna pay $50 game? I'm gonna go right on 87th and goddamn it, Halsted to Smith Glass. We got the measurements. They gonna cut the glass right there, and I'm gonna go put it in. It's gonna be 50. Oh, buddy ass was not trying to hear that, bro. He was not trying to hear that, bro. So you got people with mentality where they feel like, man, they don't understand how to differentiate survival street shit from, okay, I made a mistake. I'm being held accountable. The money is being deducted. This isn't this person vicking me. He's not hoeing me.
He's
He's
not
not
disrespecting
treating
me. It's
me.
just
You know, this is business. And no matter how much you try to explain that to some people who have had this mentality since birth, and this may be the closest thing to, or this is the only real job they've had ever. They don't understand, you know, the differences of the two. And it's probably people that are watching this that probably would just think, no, bro, there are, bro. And yeah, bro. So yeah.
Oh man, well, I appreciate you taking my call. Appreciate the videos too, man. It's helped a lot.
No problem, man. Anytime, man. Good luck, man.
Next week, you say you're doing the first stream next week.
Yeah, next week will be moving week. We'll just do all moving topics next week. Because I with this fuel and man, just people are just too emotional, bro. I just figure your own diesel out. I'm not gonna do it no more. Like every time I try to cover certain topics, man, it's just I just don't got time, bro. I'm straight. You see what I'm saying? I try to do my little thing, but I think it's just a very emotional time for people right now. And just certain things trigger people, bro. And
I think you're right on that. It is pinching a lot of people. So it's, you know, emotions is high, they're stressed.
Yeah. And I don't, you know, I don't got the time. You know, people are stressed indirectly because of certain things, directly because of other things. You know, people are consuming a lot. People are engaged with consuming a lot of shit that's, I just think there's a lot going on, bro. When you sit back and you look at everything, the airport situation, the TSA situation, Iran, this, that, this, that. Sometimes I guess it could be overwhelming. Me personally, I know it solves a lot of issues. You know what I'm saying? So to make sure that way more of that comes in than goes out, right? And then the other thing, which would be a major issue of concern, is health. And that's why every day I hit the gym 6 days a week. After I get off these live streams, every day I stream, I still have to do my Discord. So I have to multitask. Right after I get off here, I got to go into Discord and I do my workout. I go to the gym, I work out, I do the Discord because I still have to do that. And I still have to get my health. So I'm disciplined. You know, I'm going to get to this bag. I'm going to keep this health going. And a lot of the issues that go on that people have to worry about, finances and health, I'm going to do everything in my power to prevent having to deal with problems and as much as I can, God willing, and just, you know, I don't know. I don't know. And mind my business, bro. The more I touch certain shit, the more I'll be like, man, the hell with this shit, bro.
Oh yeah, I get that. I bet, bro. Shit, you got this platform, everyone hollering at you for every little thing you say, I bet.
No, not really. It's just sometimes you just get tired of I ain't really tired, bro. It's just sometimes you just it goes back to just walks of life, bro. Everybody's from different places. So this is the first time I've ever had to engage with people from so many different places at the same time. And I'm not that vested in other, like I'm not, if there's a plight that you're having, I can sit there and observe and assess the situation and understand why you feel the way you feel. But most people want you to feel the way they feel. They won't do the same thing for you, right? You may feel one way about a situation. I get why you feel that way. If I were you, I would feel the same way. But I feel differently because of this. You know what I'm saying? But you don't want to understand why I feel how I feel and why I choose, to go left. Or well, let me say left because it ain't political. Or let me say I rather choose to go up or versus
Right.
down. Or I may want to go 180 degrees to the left, and you might want to get broke off 90 degrees to the right. You see what I'm saying? So, but I can understand why you went to the right. You dig what I'm saying? Because your environment where you grew up, and I'm going over your head right now, you ain't knowing what I'm talking about, but my guys from the crib, they understand what I'm talking about. Your environment and where you was brought up forced you to go to the right versus the left. You see what I'm saying? So I understand why you went to the right versus the left. You did? So people want you to feel how they feel, and
Yeah.
and to me, I just like, I was brought up different. You know what I'm saying? I was brought up different. You dig what I'm saying? And so it is what it is. But that's all. You all good though, big dog?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I gotta get going. I gotta go pick up my kids right now. I had a time, but I'm definitely gonna tune in next week though for sure.
All right, bro.
All right, Mark. Appreciate you.
All right, later. Oh my God, Mark is talking about left and right. I'm offended. He's being political. See now, Rudy, I thought you was from the crib because I said I'm not being political. So you being from the crib, now I'm gonna hold you accountable before I leave. And you from Gage Park. If I say, yo, this ain't political, I'm talking about left and right. I understand why you went to the right based on your environment. I may not, let's say, agree with it. You dig what I'm saying, or disagree. At this point in life, I don't really care. But it's an analogy that I'm using. I know you're being sarcastic. It's an analogy that I'm using that only people from the crib gonna know what I'm talking about. I know you being sarcastic. So, but when I'm talking about right and the left, you know what I'm talking about. You went to the right based off your environment. I understand why you went to the right because everybody in your area is on the right. You dig what I'm saying? Motherfucker might come from an environment where everybody on the left with it. You broke off 180 to the left. You went to the right. I get why you to the right. This person went to the left. You dig what I'm saying? So it ain't, it's politics behind it, but it ain't the politics that, the people who watching that don't understand what I'm talking about. And I ain't speaking on specific people. I'm just speaking to anybody in general. You dig what I'm saying? Don't understand that type of right and the left. You dig what I'm saying? So it is what it is. So all right. Okie dokie. All right. Well, guys, this concludes the show for the week. I hope everybody is prosperous going into this. Is this Easter? No, this ain't Good Friday. That's next week, right? Well, I hope everybody's prosperous this week, remainder of the week, and going into the weekend. To all my moving guys, this is Get Money Weekend. It's the end of the month. Going into the first of the month. To all the Final Mile OTR guys, I wish you guys, the best with these gas situations. Hopefully you understand your costs. Hopefully you're running lean. Hopefully you have, some working capital working with you. Listen, I'm be honest with you. And these are just words of encouragement. Don't get in your feelings. This is business. I've had way more tumultuous situations than $5 gas that I've had to deal with. This is not nothing to jump off the bridge over. Trust me. I know it may feel like that to you, but if it feels like that to you, then you need to do some deep soul searching. You need to look in the mirror. You need to go get your books together. You need to formulate a business plan. You need to do something. Because if you can't deal with this and you plan on continuing to go up and the right, I swear for God on everything I love. If you plan on getting to the promised land, this will be nothing compared to your most trying times. I promise you that. People who get to the promised land, majority of these people, there's a story. Like when you hear me talk, you hear me give you just different parts of my journey, their stories. A lot of these stories, my memory gets jogged depending on questions that may be asked, or I might be covering something and then it just takes me back to a place. I'm like, damn, I forgot. I remember how this happened. Or I'll be in the Discord talking to somebody and I'll be answering the question covered. So it'll take me back to a time period. And then as I'm walking through that time period, I'll start remembering things that occurred, right? There's a story attached with most people that are successful. There's a story in that journey, and there's going to be some trying times. I don't think $5 a gallon is a trying time. And I'm saying that humbly. I'm saying that respectfully to a person may think life is over with. Like, I've given you stories, and I ain't giving you all my stories. I done had some knockdown, drag out situations that I've had to problem solve my way through. It wasn't an up and straight. I tell you all the time, 2017 was my worst year. And I've given you tidbits of that year. There's a plenty, 12 months in a year. I still got a bunch of stories that I'm going to cover from that year. And it is, the 2017 was a million times worse than what $5 a gallon, how you feel with $5 a gallon. And I still had to overcome. One year I had to pay 6 figures for insurance because of a claim, 2016, and I still persevered. This is nothing. You find a way, you keep it pushing. Gas was worse in 2022. We had a bad gas period in 2014, 2015. I wasn't in business in 08. But 2014, 2015, I got hit. 2022, I got hit. Figure it out. This is what business is. Problem solving. You gotta be able to solve problems. Good up from 100 workspace. Roy, I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt because I know you knew. I talk about that all the time, but I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt. We probably gonna touch on that next week. Gonna be behind the things when you get here, bro. Yeah, I got a bunch of. Well, I had some shit come in today. I got a bunch of shit coming in tomorrow. I know it's gonna be like 107 out there. I think I saw. So, yeah, I got some stuff specifically for that. I got some stuff specifically, just white tees and windbreaker track shit and white Air Force Ones, a couple pair of white Air Force Ones. We ain't gonna do too much. It's too hot out there. Every time I come out there, as soon as I step outside, you just start to see my shirt get wet. So we ain't out there. Coming out there ain't like there in Vegas ain't like you gotta go overdo it. Overdoing it, you just gotta stay cool out there, bro. White tees, white ones, light shorts, windbreaker, light, not nylon, linen. I got some linen on the way. You dig what I'm saying? We gonna look clean and cool. We ain't trying to do Balenciaga. We not doing none of that. It's too hot for that shit out there, boy. That 110 is a different type of, I got that lake breeze, bro. Coming out there, you just gotta be cool. White ones, linen pants, white V-necks, done. Sunglasses. That shit is hot as freak out there, bro. But yeah, trust me, I've been out there plenty of times. I know I already looked at the weather. Mark, moisture wicking, yeah. I fuck with the, I ain't gonna tell people what I fuck with. I told people about a month or two ago the wax to get for your candle burners, and I ain't never had a problem. Am I bigger than what I think I am on the influence? Every time I go into Walmart, they ain't got my shit no more. I've never had a problem getting my wax burning candle things. Now, every time I go now, my shit is the thing is empty. I gotta stop giving my sauce out, bro. I gotta stop giving my sauce out. I wear a specific type of all my tees is, I told the people in the Discord what I wear. My tees, you dig what I'm saying? Yes, sir. I ain't gonna tell y'all. Y'all gonna go buy them all out, but that's all right. I got a bunch of them. I got a stack like this, still with the tags on them. I buy all of them in my size, cause y'all, so the moisture wicking. You dig what I'm saying? White tee, linen, the pink linen, the taupe linen, stone linen. You dig what I'm saying? Couple track suits, couple pair of white forces. You dig what I'm saying? Just real clean. Gotta keep it cool out there. It's get real sticky out there. You dig what I'm saying? But yeah, you said this week is Good Friday. You sure? I thought next week was Good Friday. You tweeting? This week ain't no Good Friday, man. Hold on. Month. Year. What's today? Today, the 25th. Week. Month. Next week is Good Friday. Excuse me. The 3rd is Good Friday. The 3rd is Good Friday. Next Friday is Good Friday. This Sunday is Palm Sunday. I won't be here. Palm Sunday is this Sunday. Good Friday is next Friday, and Easter is on the 5th. So, all right, y'all. Wish y'all the best of the rest of the week. Mark, I'm gonna call in next week. Sure you will. Sure you will, buddy. Sure you will. I'm gonna call in next week. All right, y'all have a good rest of the week. Stay profitable, stay prosperous, stay out of trouble. Mind your business. Mind your business. Don't worry about nobody else's business. Drink plenty of water. Stop drinking that pop. Don't drink Kool-Aid. Stop drinking all that juice. Drink water. Eat clean. Know your numbers. Know your numbers. Know your numbers. And don't trip on gas, man. It ain't the end of the world. Until next time, I'm gonna holler at you. I'm out. Peace.